The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where today Groups B and C both reach their conclusions. Paul Nicholson alongside me to look ahead to today's action. Group C, of course, coming to a conclusion first, and it's currently Arron Monk who leads the way in that one. We've spoken a lot about his performance levels, but for you, was it his temperament that really stood out yesterday?
I think it's the one thing that we've been talking about with Arron more than anything since the conclusion of Thursday's action. It's always been his biggest weakness, but I think today is another test of it. It's whether he can maintain this or whether some of his demons will creep in or whether he's going to be looking over his shoulder. If he keeps the mental rigidity today and he keeps his talent going, he will win the group.
Yes, indeed. We'll have that to come, of course. But last night, Group B got underway, and it's currently Conan Whitehead who leads the way in that one. Of course, the reigning champion of champions had a perfect day yesterday. Let's take a little look at the highlights from last night's action. Danny Smith ended day one pointless despite hitting 5 180s in one match and taking out finishes like this in another. As for Jelle Klaasen, he produced a mixed bag of performances yesterday. He went down 4-1 to Dan Reed, but did deliver his 9th ton-plus outshot of the week. As for Dan Reed, he rounded off his evening with a ton average in his final game and had the second best checkout percentage across his 4 games, thanks to finishes like that one. And Daryl Pilgrim, well, he cut a largely frustrated figure on night one with his finishing often letting him down. That was aside from this delightful 1-2-1, of course. And reigning champion of champions, Conan Whitehead, completed a perfect return to the Super Series by winning all 4 games on night one. A wonderful 116 checkout along the way from him. And it was very interesting to speak to him. Before we went live with the interview last night, he said, "I don't even think I played that well. It must be nice to be top of the group and think, do you know what, I've not even produced anywhere near my best." He also started the night with 4 15-dart legs in his opening match to win 4-0. Just showing off, isn't he?
I think I've never seen him so relaxed. And it just goes to show what world-class dart players can do when you take a little bit of financial pressure away, when life is good. And I think we might be able to see what Conan Whitehead can do from here on out. But if he can stay that relaxed, it could well be his week again.
Yeah, I think that is looking like it could well be the case. As for Dan Reed, really impressed with him yesterday as well. Of course, he had a bit of a tough time on Monday in Group A. His finishing really was not there for him at all. But the improvements he has made, game on game, it just shows that mentality. Of course, you've seen him on the Pro Tour recently as well. That experience clearly standing him in good stead.
Yeah, he's had a very, very up and down year. He won a weekly title with us earlier in 2022. He's had an up and down week as well, maybe an up and down month. So maybe he's getting used to the ups and downs of the game and just taking things with a pinch of salt. And yesterday was a good day for him. I thought he was very impressive. At times, he was put under big pressure and he came up trumps with some really good stats, some great shots. And he'll come into Friday night thinking, I've got a great chance of qualifying in the top 2.
Yeah, he will indeed. And we can have a look then at the Group C table and see who is leading the way there. It's Arron Monk and then Tony Wood in second. His running average across the day yesterday was below 80, but still able to grind out those 3 victories to leave him second in the table.
Yeah, here's the thing about the running average. I know we're going to look at it at being 79.9, but the fact of the matter is his 2 best performances were above 92. So he's had 2 really good performances. And let's face it, one of those games he shouldn't have won it. That 144 checkout was just borderline naughty. So he was grinding well. A couple of performances, he won't have been happy with it, but he really enjoyed it yesterday, and he's taken that enjoyment into his first game today.
Yeah, Nathan Girvin, of course, is currently 5th in the table. The one thing, you know, we've talked about his mindset time and time again. We've talked about his maturity, but the one probable negative to take from it is towards the back end of the day, his level is dropping quite significantly.
Yeah, it can't really be ignored. And if you compare him to someone like Dan Reed, for instance, from last night, he seemed to get stronger as the session went on, and that is something that Nathan's going to have to learn to do. It's not just in an environment like this, it's something you're going to have to do in tournament play as he gets older.
Yeah, and that first game of this morning's session does see Tony Wood take on Nathan Girvin. Tony Wood, another thing, this is, of course, his debut here at the Super Series. At his age, with his experience as well, is there anything he can look back on yesterday and learn, or is it just about maintaining what he did?
Doesn't matter how old you are, and Martyn Adams says this all the time, whether you're 25, 35, 55 or 65, you continue to learn what you're capable of, because as you get older, some things will get more difficult, whether it's the long days or even some of the longer matches. But Tony coming here for the first time, he will have learned a lot about himself yesterday in the losses as well as the wins.
And how important is it for Nathan Girvin to get the 2 points in this opening game? Is it close to a must-win for him?
It's close to it, but it's not the be-all and end-all. But it will mean that if he loses the first game, that the next 4, he's going to have to win at least 3 of them to stand any chance.
Right then, a really intriguing game to kickstart our Friday morning session. It's Tony Wood up against Nathan Girvin. This man is going to sprint down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. And, well, I disagree. I think for the mindset across the rest of the session, this is a must-win game, but it's bad memories for Nathan. He lost this tie, the final match of yesterday's session. 4-0 to Tony Wood. We won't have fond memories of this tie. Nathan, for the day yesterday, picked up 2 wins and averaged 88.18 for the day. A high of 102.88, a high for Tony Wood of 95.43. They both hit 4 180s. 30.19% on the doubles for Tony, 34.29. You could actually look at that. And Nathan had 3 ton-plus out. So, all in all,
first lag, it's Tony
the person who averaged
first.
more for the day yesterday is the player on top in Arron Monk. Do you think he was a little hard done by to win just 2 matches yesterday, looking at the numbers?
Yeah, I think when you look at the numbers, you can get lost a little bit 59. With the statistics from yesterday. We've already mentioned Tony's running average, but if you look a little deeper and understand that 2 of Tony's performances were really, really good, but the other 3 were a bit sketchy, and he got away with one, it fits into the kind of group that we had. But you just sense that the first couple of rounds today are going to be so key, especially for the chasing pack, the likes of Girvin, Carlin, especially Carlin on the foot of the table. Got to keep pace.
Well, Gavin averaged 87.21 for the day and just found 1 win. It's a bit harsh, and it was not like he had 1 massive average, which has inflated his running average. His high for the day was 96.03.
One of our old pals, Graham Stoddart, he said to me when I was actually Nathan's age, he said, averages lie. So there's a lot of young dart players out there right now who are obsessed with their stats.
134.
If you had access to the screen that we've got here, looking at yesterday and all of the statistics available, if you were to read that, maybe you would understand that stats on everything, they're just a guide as to what happened. You have to win the intangibles as well as the tangibles.
Well, it's just winning the big moments.
Well, maybe there was no bigger moment yesterday for Tony Wood than that 144.
Tony, you require 40.
Classic. A genuine pocket picking.
Yeah, that's game short in the first
beautiful start from Tony
Wood.
13 dart hold.
What did he tell you this morning? He loved it yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah,
Second lag is
had a good chat with him early this morning. He was up having having a throw on stage. All the players are allocated some time on stage if they want in the mornings. And he said, I just
81.
love the stage. I love the environment. And it is. It's unique, but very, very enjoyable.
One of the things that inspires dart players at any age, whether you're 20 or whether you're 55 or somewhere in between or even older or younger, it's
94.
playing on a board in a space that you really think is a nice place to play. You go to certain places when you play Super League or
85.
local league or even something a bit more grand than that, like this. But if you think, oh, I like this, it has a nice feel about it, it's not claustrophobic, it's got a nice airflow to it, so when you throw your darts, they're flowing the way that they should.
It's that positive energy you get from certain... It's like why some players like certain majors and some they don't like, and it's just that positive energy, isn't it?
It is.
42.
And on the flip side of that, one of the considerations when putting this stage together was to make this as good as it could possibly be. If you think about your local league, if you're watching on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel right now, worldwide, or via Sporty Stuff TV,
190.
Tony Wood is getting better. But think about the worst place you've ever played. And then look at the other side of the coin, because that's exactly what this is.
87.
Yep. Now, in the next leg, I want you to tell me the worst place that you've played.
Oof.
Could be anywhere.
Yeah, there's been plenty over the years playing Super League in some right ropey old venues.
47.
And Nathan's not finding his first dart so far. Struggling to find anything that is troubling Tony Wood. But here's
40.
his biggest problem. Tony Wood has been on a double after 12 in the first 2 legs.
Yeah, that's
Back
game
to
shot
back.
in the second leg.
13 darters to get this one underway this morning. He's averaging
Third leg is
115.62. What a start this is.
Yeah, I've got to get me some of those shirts. I told you that Friday was going to be...
It is even more flamboyant than yesterday, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I mean, Dennis Ovens is checking his wardrobe to see if somebody's stolen some of his shirts. I'm not even sure Dennis would have this one.
140.
So what's the worst place you've ever played?
I can't remember the name of it, but it was in an old pub and it was angled in the corner. So you almost
60.
played in between, well, the window on the left and the sort of the chimney breast on the right. And the oche, I used to throw quite a lot to the right. And they had like a step in it in the carpet, it had like a trim on it. So you couldn't, it was just everything that I disliked. And there was a jukebox that was playing. Yeah, horrific.
I remember playing in a social club in Cramlington in Northumberland. And
100.
it was down an alley with a low ceiling. So it's like you were throwing into a phone box. And it had a real effect on the way the darts were flying. So everything was going in sideways and we couldn't change it.
No, I've played in these venues where they think where the board's recessed into the wall.
Yeah.
58.
So your peripheral vision is absolutely shot. Horrific.
Yeah, you don't get that here. Everything is set up the way that the dart players like. And
well, it's set up by dart players and, you know, or by people who've had extensive life in the sport, so they know what the players want.
Yeah, they like space. They don't want to feel too claustrophobic. And they want a throw that feels
100.
spacious and
identical
well-lit.
and identical to what they're playing on in the practice room.
Correct. This is better.
140.
Worse than
Tony, you require
playing
148.
on the practice board and then standing on stage, and this is just nothing like it. It's like we're playing a different game.
It used to be like that at many county venues.
Yeah, and that was done on purpose.
Yeah.
60.
It'd
Nathan, you
always be
require
close
141.
on the away board and where you'd practice at county, and you get on the stage and it'd feel like it's a million miles away. Hello, double 12.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
welcome to the game.
Nathan Girvin.
A 141 checkout for a 15 dart break back.
Forward lag is
That's
Nathan to
both
throw first.
World Youth Championship finalists getting 141s in the last 24 hours.
One was for a 9, that was for a 15.
They both got the same reward.
A leg.
There you go.
92.
We always just have a laugh when it was Championship League darts in Crondon Park with the PDC. And someone hit a 9-darter there. And fans would walk up to them and say, "Oh, what did you get for that 9-darter?" And I remember Michael van Gerwen's answer was
60.
£50.
Yeah,
Because that's what you get for winning the leg.
Yeah, that's right. That's how it was done, wasn't it? £50 a leg that you want.
51.
How do you rate Nathan's chances today, considering how important this game is? I mean, that 1-4-1 was crucial, really. If he'd have lost that and gone 3-0 down, he would have lost 7 straight legs against Tony.
Yeah,
41.
Well, I was on your way down from being up with Abby. I did say that for me, this is a must-win game because it sort of sets your tone for the day. And if you know, he lost to him 4-0 last night.
118.
Heavy defeat in the opening game today, and the head would naturally drop. And then I'd fear for him.
Could he possibly be inspired by Alan Suter from last night? Because he won his way through to the quarterfinals of the Grand Slam via a Johnny Clayton win last night. And
Yeah,
we know how important Alan is to
he
him.
should also be inspired by what Josh Rock's doing. You know, they're similar age. And you should, you know, should use people like that
52.
as an inspiration.
Have I ever told you why I came to the PDC in the first place?
No.
I was inspired by Kevin McDine. I've known Kevin since he was 13 years of age, and when he made the semi-finals of the Grand Slam in the very first tournament, which I believe you
54.
played in too, because
Yeah,
you qualified alongside him.
Yeah, me and him were there only used to be 2 qualifiers then, and me and him was the qualifiers.
Yeah, I
I
remember-
actually beat Dennis Oven in the final.
There you go.
Mentioning Dennis.
48.
I watched Kevin get to that tournament, and that inspired me to have a run at qualifying for Ali Pali, and it worked.
Yeah,
So thanks, Kev.
He did play wonderful that week.
Didn't you wear a really bright pink shirt that week?
I did
43.
actually, yeah.
I think I know who's got that.
140.
Kevin Berlin from Dart Players Australia. I think he's still got it.
That sounds about right for some reason.
100.
Nice leave there from Nathan. Ever since the end of leg 3, it seems like he's taking control of the scoring phase.
Well, he needed to, because he was getting pumped.
43. Nature you require 40. Yeah, that's
Much
game
better.
short than the fourth line.
I know it's only a 19-dart leg, but
Fifth
he's
flag, it's
given Tony
Wood
Wood the option
game
of having that destructive start in 26 darts, taking a 2-0 lead. But since then, Tony's lost his range a little bit, and Nathan's taken full advantage.
Yeah, I was in a lovely group in that Grand Slam.
85.
Raymond Barneveld, Dennis Priestley, and Adrian Lewis. Thanks. So that was my reward from coming through an horrific qualifier.
86.
Have a look at Kevin McDine.
I think he had Yella Klassen in his group, you know, and Yella's playing here
He did.
today.
He did. He had. It was
60.
Kevin, Sean Greatbatch, God rest his soul, Yella Klassen, and Peter Manley. He came second in that group.
55.
Both him and Yella won 2 of their 3 matches. Actually played lovely against Barneveld in the first one. Averaged 95.94, lost 5-3 to Barney,
60.
averaging 105.26. Tidy.
Interesting how 15 years later, we're sitting here talking about it, and Barneveld is still in this year's Grand Slam.
Yeah.
Oh, how things are very odd in the world of darts.
For sure. And then Kevin defeated James Wade with 105.79 average, 10-7.
Yeah, that was pretty much the best game he ever played.
Yeah, and then beat Klassen 10-3 before being edged out. That's right, in a
140.
deciding leg against Andy Hamilton, 13-12.
I remember in that game that he missed a valuable big number.
His averages from the round of 16 onwards, 105.79, 98.97, and 94.73.
Double 10 for the lead.
For the very first time in a match.
Yeah,
That
that's
is a
game shot
beautiful
in the
dart.
fifth flag. Nathan Girvin.
That's a very, very different game. It's almost as if Tony Wood is on the side of a milk
Six
carton right
flaggers,
now, because
Nathan
he's
to throw
definitely not the player he was in the
Game
first
on.
2 legs.
Well, no, he was averaging over 115. He's not had a dart at a double since. He's 2 from 2 on the doubles, and he's now averaging 87.28. Nathan, 89.24. This is some turnaround.
Yeah, it's almost as if the doctors came in, said clear,
92.
and gave a good old zap to the chest of Nathan Girvin. Seems to be playing with a little bit more pace this morning. Just
Yeah, and it's a bit
flowing
more
a bit better.
Yeah, there's a bit more intensity. You will know the importance of today. When you come in for the week and you've got the ability of Nathan Girvin, anything for
81.
qualifying for Saturday night will be a disappointment. Saturday night it's one of those that either goes for you or it doesn't. If it goes for him, he has every chance.
Do you know what I like about that last start? It was the fact that he wasn't 100% comfortable. He stepped away and he thought, do you know what? If I throw this extra hard, this is going in. And he gave it everything.
Yeah, he actually clattered it into the 2 previous starts.
60.
Down to 96 after 9.
96.
4 on the spent. Good lad. He can't even contemplate going for the double-double with his opponent back on 268.
Treble 16's a good option here.
Yeah, double 14, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't mind that play, especially with Tony on 268. So that's 64.
48.
And that's fine.
Yeah. Well, you stay up there and then you either get a fallout or then one skews off into the 1 or the 5 and...
Just take any sort of catastrophe out of play. And he played well beyond his years there.
48.
That was risky from Tony there. Had he not hit the treble 20, he would have been on a bogey.
Game.
Didn't make any
shot,
difference because
and a
Girvin
match.
took 4
Nathan
straight
Girvin.
legs. A brilliant performance from 2-0 down. Tony will be mystified that he's lost 4 straight legs there, considering how well he played in the first 2 legs. But Nathan with a 91.7 average, and his checkouts were superb. That 1-4-1 was a massive catalyst for his chances, not only in the match, but in this group now. He goes to 6 points alongside Tony Wood and Kevin Painter. Speaking of Painter, he's taken on Martyn Turner in the second game after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Nathan Girvin has just completed a super stonking smart comeback to get the better of Tony Wood in our first match of this morning's session. Wood has really settled well into this environment, hasn't he? Back-to-back 13 dart legs to kickstart his second day of action here at the Super Series. As for Nathan Girvin, though, unable to produce anything to really trouble Wood in the opening 2 legs, but with his first attempt at the outer ring, pinned double 12 for a 1-4-1 outshot, his 4th ton plus checkout in this group, and that seemed to ignite something in the Scotsman, who started taking control of the scoring phase of the match and turned the game on its head. A 14 dart leg to wrap things up in that one. As you can see, both players clinical on the outer ring in that one. Nathan Girvin 4 out of 6 checkout percent there in that one. Superb start to the day from Nathan Girvin in that one. Next up then, we do have Martyn Turner against Kevin Painter. We'll know how well Kevin Painter started his morning session yesterday. Got out of the traps really incredibly quickly, didn't he? A 107 average and 4 out of 5 on the doubles in his opening game of the day. Is he then going to be able to produce anywhere near that level in the opening match today? Of course, he did tail off quite significantly after that one, but it is the start of a brand new day. Can he produce anywhere near that against Martyn Turner in this one? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Wow, that's a very fetching shirt, isn't it? In tribute to your good old pal, Eric Bristow. I'd love to see something like that. That is a really nice touch from Painter as he takes on Turner, who himself was in red yesterday.
Yeah, incredible. I was looking yesterday, I was thinking, obviously, you've had an exclusive look at the all-new dart shirt, and I thought I'd love to just put some kind of moniker or mark of respect to all the players that we've lost over the years on it. And yeah, that's a lovely touch. Kevin and Eric, of course, were also very close.
First luck, it's Martyn to throw first.
I think they come from Legend Darts, don't they? They actually make and still sell the Eric Bristow dart and the shirts.
81.
They actually do one. I had to look this morning, and they actually do one that, remember the old Union Jack one that he used to have as well.
Now you're taking me back, you see.
35.
Back to my childhood when everybody fell in love with darts for pretty much the first time when it was live on TV. But one thing we shouldn't do is
100.
take for granted just who we have in front of us and when they're doing it, because life is short. I remember we were live on air shortly after we lost our friend Carl Anderson.
Well, yeah. Well, we were live on air when Eric passed away. We were, of course, working for TalkSport doing the
100.
Doing the Premier League, weren't we? Alongside Ian Danta and Nigel Pearson. Then sadly, we lost Nigel Pearson.
140.
Yeah, it's been a tough year for the world of darts, losing Nigel and John Gwynn.
Yeah, Gwynny, another one of our colleagues on
100.
TalkSport and many other platforms.
I think one of the classiest things I've ever seen in the world of darts was
86.
the way that Jim
Martyn
Proudfoot handled the
120.
situation of Eric's passing live on TalkSport. It was just so brilliant the way he did it, and
60.
with such
Giving
compassion
you require 100.
to everybody in the world of our sport.
And it was just dropped straight on us, wasn't it? We were unsure whether it was true or not.
60.
That's the age we
Martyn
live in.
requires
Sometimes
60.
we second guess what we read, second guess what is out there on social media, but right now in live sport,
that's
you
game
can't
short in the
second guess
first
Martyn
lap.
Turner,
Martyn
who finds the
Turner.
red bit for the 1-0 lead, and he's got a really good chance of qualifying today if
Second leg, it's
he
Gavin
gets
to throw
himself onto
first.
6 points
Game
after
on.
round 1, because if he can win this game, 2 things will happen. 4 players will have 6 points.
81.
And he will create a 4-point gap to Gavin Carlin at the bottom. He will be cut adrift.
Yeah, he's very much in the same situation as Nathan Girvin.
67.
For me, it's a must-win game because of just the mentality you have going into your next game. It's a very tough environment. Of course, we're so used to just playing knockout darts, and the mentality and of this and losing a game, and it's how you get yourself back up again for another game.
How do you assess Martyn's day yesterday?
77.
Because at times he looked pretty comfortable. He looked like he was having a great deal of fun, especially after he won his first game by 4 legs to 1 against Arron Monk. That was a decent performance, but it turns out that was the only defeat Arron had all day.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was a little unexpected, with all due respect. He's not played a lot of darts himself in the last month or so, but he did. He looked very comfortable. He averaged 87 despite missing 11 darts at a double.
51.
And walked into a very good Nathan Girvin and lost 4-1. Then was just edged out by Tony Wood 4-3.
97.
And then went down to Kevin Painter 4-1 in the penultimate game of the session. The odds here are identical to the odds in our first match. Nathan was the 1-2 favourite and delivered. KP's the 1-2 favourite in this one, but like Nathan, the favourite finds himself 1-0 down.
Will it last long? Other side.
Yeah, it doesn't last long. Second line.
That is a really good leave via that 168 conversion. But then the double 8 with the last dart, a little bit of a jab to the ribs of Martyn, who was thinking, I might get a look at that 35.
Yeah, I like the fact they attacked the 180 just to try and have some kind of impact on your opponent. Didn't work on this occasion, nearly did though.
How would you classify the technique of Martyn Turner?
45.
Because for me, he's one of those players who just gets the dart in his hand and gets rid of it.
Yeah, it doesn't have much of a backswing, does he? But
45.
He has always played like that. His throw has never changed. Well, same could be said for Kevin. You go back
97.
25 plus years and the throw is still the same.
Have you seen that YouTube video of Kevin when he made his England debut back in 1994?
Yeah.
140.
It still makes me laugh to this day because he started with a maximum. And he's someone who prides himself on his appearance a lot.
100.
He is so all about shiny shoes, perfect length trousers. He's got to look immaculate.
Yeah, the creases, everything. He is meticulous in how he goes about his image.
Yeah, take note, a lot of you younger players who don't iron stuff. Look at what you're supposed to look like. There's not a hair out of place. But if you look back in 1994, his hair was very different then.
Yeah, it was.
180. Martyn, you require 118.
There is some absolute nuggets on the internet, isn't there? Especially on YouTube. I look back at some of the ones and I'm like, wow.
I like the old News of the World tournament.
Yeah, with the jumpers,
the 70s, the waistcoats and the
suit jackets.
Oh, phenomenal.
I love looking at back and how everyone's dressed in the crowd and watching all suits and their Sunday best.
Yeah. Tops.
59.
Couldn't squeeze one in with his final
60.
dart this time. Will Turner punish. Double 10.
50.
It just puts
Gavin,
you
you
off when
require
you do that,
20.
Especially when, if he gets the single 20, the tops is going to be inviting because he likes to put things on top of each other. Painter takes full advantage.
In the third line.
After losing the first leg, he's now in front. A somewhat similar scenario that we saw from the Girvin
Forward
Tony
leg,
Wood
it's
match.
Gavin to throw first. Game on.
That's a valuable break of throw. I've got to say, I know I've mentioned this shirt already, but he will probably hate me saying this. He really suits red.
85.
Because he likes to wear blue most of the time, doesn't he?
Yeah.
People tend to forget,
60.
you know, that Eric did wear red a lot in his career, but he didn't exclusively. If you look back at his early days, he did have some more retro numbers for the early 80s. And when he played in the early 90s, he had a lovely Union Jack number, didn't he? That almost got forgotten.
100.
But if there's one Eric Bristow shirt that I would love to own, it's the one that he wore against Della in the 83 final. That's just an iconic
59.
shirt that never gets spoken about.
Yeah. He had varying designers, all based on a trip to America, wasn't it? In the
140.
It would have been the 70s. It's actually, his book is well worth a read. It details how the nickname of the crafty cockney
50.
came about.
Do you think Kevin's going to write a book at some point?
Well, I think he's had a long enough time in the sport where I think it would be very apt.
100. Gavin, you require
Well,
167.
there's only one possible title for it. How's your luck?
Yeah. Mine's going to be board stiff, but the board as in dartboard, because boredom was my my nemesis, really.
129. Martyn, you require
I used to get bored
101.
and have to find things to do, and really wasn't a good look.
Kevin's approach play in this game has been quite
77.
unbelievable. That narrow
Gavin, you
miss from
require
Turner on the 101
38.
just illustrates just how much pressure he's been under at the back end of legs. If this was a game of golf, Painter's been hitting his irons within 3 feet
Yeah,
every
that's
single
been short
time, and
in
he's
the
holding
forward
putts
line.
as well.
Gavin Painter.
3-1 up.
Well, very much like you remarked how similar it is to our opening
Fifth
game.
flag, it's Martyn to throw
where
first.
Martyn has
Game on.
taken the opener. Tony took the opening 2 legs before 4 on the spin from Nathan. Well, Kevin's now hit 3 on the spin.
140.
He's 1 leg away from making a near perfect start to the day. Remember, it's only the top 2 progress from this group.
135.
I think there's unfinished business for Kevin when it comes to Saturday nights. First and foremost, he's got to get there. But if indeed he was to make the top 2 with someone like Arron Monk, he's only got one mission. And it's not to win on Saturday night. It's just to make the semi-finals. He's been to 3 Saturdays and he hasn't made the semis yet. So you've got to make those incremental steps. Got to get further. And if you do make the semis, anything's possible after that.
Yeah. Well, you're just 8 legs away from 5 grand and making Champions Week.
Maybe we should try and inspire him a little bit by saying,
require
"Oh, Kev,
134.
if you win this week, you can pay for next year's season ticket at Portman Road."
Well, yeah,
25.
made, last couple of years, that'd be a punishment, wouldn't it?
I'll let you handle that little response that you'll get from him.
100.
This time, Painter does not get the massive approach, but he does get himself to a finish.
Well, look, you mentioned Keith earlier. He's also a massive Ipswich fan, isn't he? Oh,
He's gone for a walk. He knows that was a big miss. Single 16's missed by at least an inch there.
he loves double 18, so that
77.
would be the perfect switch because it's only a small
Gavin, you
adjustment.
require 140.
This will be some way to win it. We had a 141 from Nathan. Are we going to get a 140 from KP?
100.
Okay,
Martyn, you require
was that for tops or was that
32.
for the 60? Because it was right in the middle of the 2. Maybe he was trying to hit the flight and nestle it in, just missed the whole
that's
thing.
good.
Yeah, I think
shot
he
in
was
the fifth
twixt
flag.
in between
Martyn
there. I
Turner.
think he, because it wasn't a nice lie in the treble 20. It was low and
6 flag, it's Kevin to
was
throw first.
screaming of a
Game on.
deflection. But Kevin won't be too disappointed in that because it was only a hold. So he has the honour here to win it 4-2.
95.
I wonder who Martin's hero was when he was growing up, wanting to play darts.
Dennis, I should imagine.
140.
Yeah, Dennis is like the godfather of Yorkshire darts, isn't he? Owns half of Mexborough.
180.
Look at Kevin Painter just trying to eke this out. His leg
180
difference,
number 2.
his leg difference as it stands is pretty good at +3.
97.
And one thing we should say about that first result of the day was that it was good for Painter because it pegged back Tony Wood's leg difference by 2.
82. 60. Gavin, you require 144.
He didn't get a look at a double from 140. He's not going to get a look at a double here, but he would like to leave something small like 44.
60.
And that'll just have raised the eyebrows of Martyn Turner from 204. 84 may result in just one dart at the ball.
58.
He's not
Gavin, you
scored enough
require
there.
84.
I don't even think he's forced Painter into the full attempt.
So you're saying that if he'd got the 20, he would have laid up a la 1983?
Yeah,
44.
I think he'd have gone.
Martyn, you require
I think
146.
he'd have gone down on 48 for double eight. We'll never know.
He's got 4 more games after this. Maybe he will do something akin to that.
41.
But the first
Gavin, you
job
require 40.
is to get the same result as Nathan Girvin. And this would be against the darts as well. A big, big result imminent.
No
He
score.
hasn't got the job done. He just needed 1 more dart, didn't he?
Martyn, you require
Yeah, it just
105.
edged closer every time, and it didn't bump in. Well, he gets another opportunity to wrap it up.
69. Gavin, you require 40.
That's a better marker.
Game.
And there it
shot,
is.
and
It's
a
in
match.
there for
Gavin
a 4-2
Painter.
win. And Painter does get to 8 points. And with that victory, he now goes to the top of the table. Albeit with Arron Monk having a game in hand, but that's an ideal start. It's not what we saw from him in his first game yesterday, but he doesn't care about 107 averages right now. He cares about getting 2 points per game. Now it's over to Arron Monk, who plays Gavin Carlin. I think it's fair to say that this game is a must-win, and every game is a must-win for Carlin from here. But Monk is looking to try and get back to the top of the table after the break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Kev Painter has just picked up his first 2 points of the morning, a 4-2 victory over Martyn Turner in that one. For Martyn Turner, it was a mixed bag for him on day one, wasn't it? His finishing was down at 26% for the day. He wasn't overly convincing in that department in the opener, but he wasn't afforded too many chances either. Such was the way Painter turned that game around after the opening leg. Painter did miss 4 match darts, but still got over the line quite comfortably in the the end. As you can see, 4 out of 11 on the outer ring for him. 2 180s in there as well. Martyn Turner, 2 out of 5 on the checkouts in that one. Of course, that result does send Painter to the top of the league standings at this point, but Arron Monk could return to the summit if he is to get the 2 points in our next match. He takes on Gavin Carlin in this one. Monk, the winner in a last leg decider when the two players met yesterday, and in the head-to-head for this week, it is Monk who leads it by 3-1 in that one. Of course, Monk had a superb day here yesterday, winning 4 of his 5 matches, and it was his temperament that really caught the eye, really controlled and measured Arron Monk up on that stage. Is he going to be able to replicate that up there today in order to secure his spot at finals night? Let's find out in his first match of this morning's session and hand back over to Nico and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, time to see what kind of mentality Arron brings for Friday. And just because he was solid yesterday and patient doesn't mean he will be today. We know him very well. But Gavin Carlin may be at the point of no return, currently on 2 points in the table. And if he doesn't find a win against the 32-year-old from Andover, it could be curtains, because there is a bit of a gap between himself and Martyn Turner and the top 2 spots, which are currently occupied by Painter and Monk.
Yeah, both currently on 8 points with, as you mentioned in our last match, a game in hand. I first met these two back in Milton Keynes 2021 Challenge Tour 7, a prelim game. Gavin
First
Carlin
leg,
winning
it's Gavin to throw first.
5-3 with an 84 average, which isn't too far off his running average. And they've met 4 times this week,
59.
Monday and Tuesday. The wins belong to Arron, 4-3 and 4-2. Wednesday, it was Gavin Carlin winning 4-1.
98.
And then, of course, yesterday, Arron nicked it 4-3.
137.
Gavin was excellent on the doubles when he got there against Arron yesterday.
Yeah.
75%.
140.
When he was given an opportunity, he took them 3 out of 4.
I've just noticed, actually, I've watched a bit of Gavin Carlin over the
174.
last few years as he gets the first Dundas of the day. If you don't know what a Dundas is, by the way, it's the 174, which is famously called by one of our famous referees,
134.
Mr. Anthony
Gavin
Dundas, who
131.
I haven't seen in a while, so if you're watching that, hope you're well. It's one thing better than a 174 to 131 with 2 double tops,
Yeah,
which is
that's
just
James
what he's
Shaw in the
found.
first leg.
What an
Gavin
incredible
Carlin.
6-star conversion that was.
Wow.
Somebody
Good
got a
morning.
bet on the wrong
Second
side.
leg, it's
Also the
Arron
right
to throw
side, didn't they?
first. Game on.
Wow, that has taken Arron and everybody else by storm.
174.
96.
Followed by a 131. 305 in 6.
Yeah, try that if you're practicing today.
With 2 doubles in there.
38. 96.
That one might kick Arron into action, actually, because he likes to get involved in games with creative finishing. He's probably the most creative finisher of anybody this week.
48.
There's a lot of traditionalists this week, like Painter and Osborne, Tony Wood. Some of these young guns, they've got a few different ideas, especially Arron. And you mentioned earlier in the week he had a bull 5 bull.
Yeah, he had a go at it and missed it. Missed the
123.
second ball. And then eventually took it out against Nathan Girvin for the win.
Now, I'm going to say that Arron Monk's going to qualify
26.
today, but just in case he doesn't, should we share a few Arron Monk stories today? I promise you they're funny.
Yeah, go on. Go for it.
58. Arron,
I'll
you
save it
require
to the next leg, because he
150.
might go 3 bulls here. He's not going to. The right thing to do.
Well, maybe like Nathan, they
96.
sort of reached that point of it's all business today.
And that's the way it should be. There's a lot of money on the line.
Well, with the appearance
89. Arron,
fees,
you require
win one of these
54.
and then win Champions Week, it's near on £30,000.
Yeah, that's game short in
That
the
is a
second
beautiful
lap.
conversion there
Arron
from Arron.
Monk.
The 1-3-1 is just a statistic now. We're down to best of 5.
Third
The
lap
first
is Gavin
story that really
first.
comes to
Game
mind
on.
is that I had the privilege to go to Spain with Arron, and we went on a little golfing trip to a place called La
23.
Carla, which is where the England football team used to have a retreat every now and again. And we were having a lovely time, and we were going towards the 17th tee.
180.
And throughout this round, Aaron's just pulling the driver the whole time. He doesn't care about course management or anything like that. Just hand me the driver. So he's in the other cart. And this is a very hilly course. Spain's a lot more hilly than people think.
59.
And I said, Aaron, you just got to take it easy with this golf buggy because it's quite nippy. So he says, I'll see you on the next tee. So we're just ambling around, me and Simon Whitlock just going to the next tee. And said,
100.
where's Aaron? Has he gone to the wrong tee? We're looking around. Next thing we know, there's a cart on its side in the bushes. We said, did you go a little quick there, Aaron? And he said, yeah, and I've gashed my leg as well.
Yeah, that does not surprise me. Don't call him the Mad Monk for nothing.
23.
He's a lovely boy, but tell you what, get him in a competitive environment, he turns into a different monster. You want to see him hit a drive. Honestly, he has got the build of someone who could contend in long drive distance competitions.
Well, it's like that guy that... Oh, what's his name? Got a French sounding
60.
name. It's a ball
Arron,
a
you
mile.
require 78.
Oh, Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, they're built very, very alike. And
There
we
he
go.
is. He's off for the double-double already.
Well, he's
58.
been doing that on
Gavin, you
74 all
require
week.
155.
Level 17 and tops.
Did he buy that How to Win Friends and Hit Doubles by Jose de Souza book?
100.
Or he might have subscribed to
Arron,
the
you
Boris
require
Krujma
20.
podcast.
Big Boris.
Yeah, that's game
Oh,
short
that's
in
a
the
big
third
double.
lap.
It's a
Arron
16
Monk.
darter, and we're following a bit of a pattern.
Fourth lag, it's Arron the throw
Players
first.
losing
Game
the
on.
opening match and then reeling off a few legs before winning the game. He's looking good today, isn't he? That's a second 180, and that takes his average up to 103.6.
He has got levels.
46.
If you think about the kind of experience that Aaron's had with us, this is his 169th game. He's got a personal best of 108.95. But he can play better than that.
Yep. He's got gears.
That's why he's played for his country in the last 12 months.
45.
And he has played on this stage in a final. Lost to Scott Williams. He was very, very close to making that Champions Week that you made, miss.
140.
And with darts like this, he's 180, 98, 140. His 3 visits in the scoring phase, down to 83 after 9.
Arron, you require
Possibility
83.
of an 11.
That was a look from Carlin as if to say, this is just not my week.
He did have an 11 yesterday, of course.
43.
Take tops after 12 all day, every day, and twice on a Sunday.
It's got a really nice ring to it, hasn't it?
180.
Tops
Arron, you
after
require
12.
40.
It's poetic.
Yeah, that's
It's
game
just
short
as
in
good
the
as
fourth
saying
lag.
13
Arron
darts
Monk.
for 3-1. This is exactly what the doctor ordered first thing
Fifth
in the
lag,
morning.
it's Gavin the throw
Well, it
first.
puts down a
Game
marker
on.
as well, doesn't it? And lets everybody know that I'm continuing on from yesterday.
120.
If the Cannon does not qualify from this group, because it's looking increasingly unlikely based on the circumstances we have in front of us, is it a case of
100.
go away, find some other tournaments, just regroup, and then return when you can? Because he will return.
Yeah, I mean, he averaged 87.21 for the day yesterday, had a high of 96.03 at full 180s. Had an 11 darter, a 101 finish. It's just, at times, the doubling has caught him out. 41% is not exactly horrendous, but unfortunately, those around him were far superior in that department. Listen, the guy can score.
Yes,
85.
he can. He can do remarkable things. Remember that 170 finish to keep Thibaut Tricol in that finals night, the night that he won, and that was like a dagger to the heart of Lucas Venig.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll see more of him. We'll certainly see more of him here at the Super Series.
96.
Not sure what his plans are for January, whether he's off to Q School or not.
You would assume that Q School is beckoning for him, because you have to play at Q School if you want to play in the Challenge Tour.
Yeah.
58. Gavin,
You only have to turn up for the one session, don't you? But that's part of the criteria now. Ooh.
Hello. Oh, it's another one.
The fifth flag.
That's two
Gavin
finishes
Carlin.
with 2 double tops. This is extraordinary. Mace, I've got to put this up here because
6 flaggers. Arron the throw
he's
first.
2 from 2, but technically he's 4 from 4.
He is, yeah. The leg one, he hit the 174 to leave 131 and went treble 17 tops. There's 2 doubles, and then he's taken out the 140 there. Treble 20 tops.
And Aaron's only missed the 1.
Yeah.
So let me just add these up. So it's 4 from 4 for Gavin and 3 out of 4
100.
for Aaron in a best of 7 leg match, which makes no statistical sense at all, but we're just having fun with it.
120.
Can you imagine if Gavin gets out of this with a win? That would make Aaron feel a little bit hollow.
I want to look back over the stats and
140.
see how many doubles a player's it to win a match. What's the most?
I think the last time I saw somebody have multiple doubles
87.
in a match was Ricky Evans, I think, in a European Tour match.
Yeah, he had 2 doubles, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he was 7 from 6 in the match.
Yeah.
58. Gavin, you require 150.
Well, he's stolen the darts here. And he could go bull tops. That would be a double, wouldn't it?
Maybe he should have.
98.
How about you, Aaron?
160.
2 treble 20s for tops. Or 60 bull.
Just to keep up the theme.
Oh, behave. That is unbelievable. What a doubles
Arron Monk.
performance from both of them. That is an extraordinary match of darts that I would easily watch again. Can we just watch that again? Well, we can watch the finish again. A real reaction from Arron Monk with that 160. And I have to say this, he needed that finish. Because if he didn't get it, he was going to be embroiled in a leg 7 that he could have lost. What a game. And Gavin Carlin walks away with 100% on the checkouts, but it wasn't good enough. Arron Monk, take a bow. You're on 10 points now. We all need a breath. We'll take that right now. And when we come back, it's going to be Tony Wood against Kevin Painter to start round 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Arron Monk has just come through 4-2 to get his first 2 points of this morning's session and return to the top of the league standings. Yesterday, he treated us to an 11-dart leg, a 158 checkout, and a really mature approach to his play. We wondered whether we'd see the same today, and the answer after that first game is most definitely yes. An average north of 99 in that match. Gavin Carlin getting out of the traps with a 1-3-1 finish on tops to complete a 12-dart leg in there, and in the midst of an Arron Monk storm, Carlin produced another moment of magic, going tops again in leg 5 for a 140 finish. But that didn't derail Monk, though. A 160 checkout of his own to win the match. And at the moment, it doesn't look like there's much that can stop him from reaching finals night. 80% checkout success in that match. And as I mentioned, an average over 99 in that match. A really, really good way to put down a bit of a marker and return, as I said, to the top of the league standings. We can take a look at the league table now, and it shows that Monk is back out on top. Kevin Painter just behind him, of course, on 8 points, with all players now having played 6 matches. And it's Kevin Painter who's up next against Tony Wood. He can, of course, go into double figures himself if he's to get the victory in this one. Painter came through in a decider to get the better of Wood yesterday. Of course, he came from behind to win his first match of this morning's session. Wood, on the other hand, took an early lead, didn't he, against Nathan Girvin, but then against an inspired Girvin, of course, went down 4-2 in that opening match. Will Wood be able to get his first win of this morning's session, or will Painter join Monk on 10 points? Let's hand back to our commentary team and find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. And one of the reasons why Kevin Painter may have put on this shirt today in tribute to his friend Eric Bristow is that he just simply couldn't compete with Tony's shirts. Let's face it, I don't think any shop on the high street outside of the live lounge has got anything akin to this. In fact, it looks more like the wallpaper behind the radiators back in my old house in 1987. But before we go into this game,
you got to give us the numbers from that last one in terms of doubles.
Extraordinary. We've just done some calculations. And if you think about some games that you see here at the Super Series and that you may see nationwide or internationally, best of 7 legs, you may not see a better doubling performance than what we've just seen. As far as attempts at the outer ring are concerned, either on approach or to win a leg, both players in Carlin and Monk were 89%. Only 1 missed shot at double out of 9 attempts in the whole match.
In a best of 7.
Yeah. And there were only 6 legs.
Yeah, exactly. It was only 6 legs. It was actually 8 from 9, wasn't it?
81.
Yeah, mind spinning. So we said that markers have been laid down over the last couple of days. Painter with one yesterday in his first game.
85.
Conan Whitehead last night with a marker laid down in Group B. But as far as doubling markers are concerned, it doesn't really come any better than what we've just seen in match 3. But it is round 2 now. And another crazy statistic is that in round 1, every result
43.
was the same. And everything was against the darts.
Well, yeah, Conan putting down a marker last night, an immaculate performance, winning 4 out of 4.
1 on the end,
plus
20.
11 on the leg difference, a running average of 93.89. 618 is 40% on the doubles, best leg of 11. It doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, he's going to feel pretty good about his chances.
60.
Not just about winning that group, but winning the whole week.
Yeah. Well, I bet his breakfast is tasting a little sweeter this morning.
59.
You can picture it, can't you? He's sitting there with Cheryl Lee and the new baby, just having a nice little sausage sandwich and a cup of Builder's tea, and he's just thinking, do you know what? Life's pretty good. And that makes me feel good just knowing that he's got that as well, because everybody has their trials and their tribulations. Everybody's got something going on.
160.
But life is worth living.
Wasn't that long ago he was contemplating just completely walking away.
No.
Back-to-back 160s.
1 on the end, 20.
Honestly, if that goes, this is turning into Freaky Friday.
Finishing Friday.
137. Gavin, you require 40.
He had a bit of a trail on
That's
tops
game short
in his
in the
previous
first
match,
leg.
which he
Devin
won by
Painter.
4 legs to 2, but this time a lot easier starting this match with a 16 darter.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Kevin just edged this one yesterday. It was an apple and oranges display in terms of the finishing we've just seen.
57.
Because between them, they missed 23 darts at doubles, but it was Kevin that just edged Tony out 4-3 in the end.
58.
And if you guys did miss the Group B action from last night, you missed a real treat.
Watch it this afternoon on YouTube.
Yeah, because you missed the longest leg we've ever had. And it was quite funny. 36
60.
darts to Daryl Pilgrim. And here's where it gets even funnier. It was a break of throw.
What would have been even better last night? We've had a 9, so we could have had the best and the worst all in one session.
We know it's all business today, like we've mentioned with Arron against Gavin in that previous match, but you've got to have a laugh now and again. Sometimes the sport gives you a bit of a giggle.
60.
Quarterfinals lineup is completed, isn't it, in the Grand Slam? 2 matches this evening. Michael Smith against Joe Cullen and
60.
Barneveld against Price. And then tomorrow night, Aspinall and Suter takes on, and then MVG against Luke Humphries.
Well, I speak to Raymond quite often, and all we ever talk about are Jim Carrey movies. So when it comes to playing Girvin Price in his favourite tournament, there's only one line for it. That's a spicy meatball.
55.
Yeah, 4 great quarterfinals. How many of them 4 are going to be in next year's Premier League?
No, you had to do it, didn't you? You had to do it.
Couldn't help myself.
140.
Definitely MVG in there. Definitely Pricey in there.
It's 10 years since Kevin was in the Premier League.
Wow.
And I know he enjoyed it, that trip around the UK
96.
and
Tony, you
Ireland.
require 86.
It was actually before they went to Rotterdam and Berlin, so he didn't get the benefit of that, but he went to places like Cardiff and Sheffield and the Toon, which is where Tony could probably see the Newcastle Arena from where he lives, in fact.
Tony Woods.
And he's looking for a victory for Tony Wood in this, and if he gets it, he might be
Third
Tony
leg,
Wood.
it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
A lot of Ric Flair fans probably like that one.
Even I knew that one.
59.
But yeah, we are reaching that time of the year where the Premier League seems to be on everybody's lips. Would you put Luke Humphries in?
Yes, I would.
Same.
5th in the world right now, and he's defending no prize money at the World Championship. I think it's inevitable. He's either going to be in the top 4
50.
or he's going to be the first automatic pick. But on that note, let's have some fun with the MODUS Super Series. If we were going to have a Premier League, who would be our 8 for the Premier League?
Well, if we were going to do our ultimate week of players available, and especially, well, it'd be interesting now, but of course the landscape's going to change because a lot of players are going to be losing their tour cards who've lost their tour cards that may not regain them in January at Q School. So we're going to see a lot of fresh faces
100.
in 2023. But yeah, the ultimate 12, the ultimate week here at the Super Series. What would your 12 be? Get in touch with us on Twitter, hashtag Super Series, and it's at MSS Darts.
Well, my first name would be Wolfie. That's obvious. Arguably one of the best players never to have played in the Premier League. For obvious reasons, because he wasn't a PDC player in the Premier League era.
He would have loved that as well, wouldn't he?
He really would have.
Right up his alley.
Can you imagine the scene?
97.
You're in somewhere like the O2 or maybe the O2 in Dublin, and they just get behind Martyn for the night and everybody's going, woo! It would just get really good.
100.
I wonder what Kevin's favourite arena was when he did his Premier League tour. It was a difficult campaign for him because the crop of players were very, very good.
84.
118's one of those shots, Nico, that divide opinion.
Are you... I was going to ask you the same question, wasn't I? Don't go 18s first,
100.
Kevin. He's not going
Gavin,
to.
you require 118.
I'm so glad he didn't. Yeah, show us how it's done, Kev. Don't leave Tony on 130 because he hit one of these yesterday.
80.
Okay.
Tony,
Let's
you
see if
require
Tony can find a second
130.
one.
It was in the final match of the day, wasn't it, against Nathan Girvin? He pinned the button.
105.
Ooh, the line
Gavin,
was
you require
perfect.
38.
He split before, and he's splitting again.
216s.
6.
Oh, again, he's just maybe finding that guide
Tony, you
just
require
outside the requisite
25.
double. It's just a little bit too far away. If it was a tiny bit closer, it might have flicked in.
He did it yesterday, didn't he? He opened his campaign with a win.
Yeah, that's game short in the
was
third line.
beaten.
Tony Wood.
Tony Wood breaks throw, back-to-back legs.
Forward lag, it's Tony to throw
missed
first.
well,
Game on.
3 missed darts at a double, the one on the back of the 118, and then the split giving him 2 at the 16s. Yeah, he won. He was emphatic yesterday, defeating Nathan Girvin 4-1. Nathan averaged 102.88. Kevin, 107.05.
40.
Unfortunately for Kevin, next time out, he went down 4-1 to Gavin Carlin.
$85.
It was this time of year, of course, that Kevin won his Players' Championship title in Doncaster. It was in the first week of December.
107 was a PB for Kevin, wasn't it? Yesterday?
60.
It was, yeah. He's never really been noted as someone who got massive averages. His reputation preceded him of constantly putting in those
58.
high 90s and the mid 90s and grinding people
Street
down.
Fighter type player.
I still go back to around just over 20 years ago, and I was reading my Darts World magazine. And back then, before social media and mainstream internet usage,
22.
if you wanted to know anything about darts, that's what you had to do. And I was reading up on the home internationals, and I thought, well, this has got to be the best fixture in world darts. Kevin Painter against Kelvin Painter. And it was a great game. They both averaged around 100. And Kelvin won by 3 legs to 2.
Why do I think Calvin was from a similar part of the world as well?
I
Was
think
he not?
Kelvin...
Or was that Kelvin self was from up round there?
Kelvin's from Wales, I believe.
Correct.
But only 1 letter difference in their whole name.
Yeah.
140.
Just so ironic that they drew each other that day.
Well, when I made my debut for England, I played a player who I'd known all my life in Martin Freeman and played Super League with in Bristol. And then when we played against Scotland, I played against a guy I played Super League with in London.
Small world. My TV debut match was against someone I'd known for
13.
about 15 years. Gary Anderson.
Wow.
I met him in the late 90s when he used to be a ringer for the Bedlington Station Club at Super League on Thursdays. He used to drive down from Eyemouth and get paid 50 quid to play. And we all thought, oh no, Gary's here. But then, come around to 2008 and all of a sudden, oh, how can I play someone I know that well in my TV debut? Surely I've got to play someone that I don't even know.
59.
Kevin was in my
Tony, you
group.
require 102.
We played in our final group game together and he beat me 5 legs to 4. And we've been friends ever since.
Played Roland Shelton, who will also be in the World Seniors Championship in my
70.
Debuting that in February. Be a bit ironic if potentially my last match. He's dropped another one.
Someone had extra butter on their toast this morning. Although I'm not sure Kevin's a breakfast eater. He never was on tour. You might find that quite surprising, but everybody's got their own little routine.
90. Tony, you require 32.
For 3-1. It's a very different game to what we've seen from Kevin earlier.
When I used to play TV matches in the afternoon, I used to like a bit of a brunch.
16.
Like maybe an omelette or something like that.
Gavin, you require
I
96.
say we're going to go full on brunch there and say a bit of sourdough with the shakshuka on the side. A little bit of tomato juice.
A Bloody Mary.
He can't rescue the 96, and he's getting a little
42.
bit cheesed off.
Tony, you require 16.
Yeah, he can't quite get hold of the match, and Tony looking good for 3-1. This would be a big blow for Kevin.
No
Oh,
score.
dear.
Well, you can hear the thuds against the board
Gavin, you
there.
require
You don't need to look at what
54.
Tony was doing to know that 2 darts for no score means that something went drastically wrong for Tony.
Yeah,
But it's
that's
gone
game
right
shot
for
on the
Kevin
forward
there. I
line.
just wonder
Gavin Painter.
if he went back to the table and just rubbed his hands on something, because maybe some of the darts aren't coming out pure.
Fifth flag, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
Very important break back there. For the level game.
$100.
More assured looking visit from Kevin Painter. Doubling at the moment, 2 from 10. 20% for Tony Wood. 2 from 6
60.
for Kevin.
$44.
We always say that Tuesdays in Group A is moving day. You've got to put yourself into the reckoning. You don't have that luxury in Group C. You've got to be in position after day 1. So if we compartmentalise the early portion of Friday,
92.
don't make you move early on Friday, you could be cut adrift and all of a sudden be out of it. Kevin is in a good position right now, but if Tony Wood was to win this game, Painter could go as low as 3rd position.
Yeah. I think if you're not in the position of Arron with, remember, it's just 2 from 6 qualified from these Group Cs. If Kevin goes 2 from 2, he'll be right in the mix.
100.
Again, it's just the mentality, isn't it?
If you were to spend 60 seconds in the head of Kevin Painter when he's in the middle of a match like this,
100.
what do you think's going on?
He will be probably a loss of where that form. It was very similar yesterday. Unbelievable opening match. I mean,
59. Gavin, you
play
require 157.
a tidy game in his opener today against Martyn Turner, and you just want to back that up.
137.
The one thing I learned is it's no good just winning one game. You got to back them games up and try and get on a bit of a run. And we've seen it with players that get on a run, and like we did with Conan last night, and at times
11.
we've
Gavin, you
seen yesterday
require
from Arron.
20.
But when you start losing, you'll tend to go on a run of defeats.
Double 10 for Painter. Shrinks in
12.
half and decides not to go for it.
I don't mind that at all. You don't want to be around double 5 and then one outside and then one in the 5 and pick off treble 1 like that to leave double 1. It's
All of a sudden, Tony Wood has lost the line. He scored 5s and 1s the last time he was at the Oki.
27.
And this time,
Gavin, you
he
require
does run for
8.
cover to leave the finish. Painter decided no on double 5.
Yeah, that's
Double
game
4
short in
comes
the
up
5th
trumps.
flag. Gavin Painter.
If you think about what he used to do for a living before he was a dart player in the early 90s, the right analogy
6 targets, Tony
for
to
him
throw
to
first.
get what he
Game
wants
on.
today is to build one brick at a time. He used to be a bricklayer in the building trade. And if you think about this in a mental sense, if you don't think about building the wall, you think about putting the right brick in the
45.
right place and just getting that right first, then moving on to the next one. That is the right analogy for what Kevin's got to do today.
Yeah, and foundations are built
119.
in the preparation for the matches.
His foundations are pretty shiny today, like they were yesterday.
They don't look very comfortable, but well, it's like any kind of flashy footwear. Always the most comfortable.
Yeah, patent leather's never been noted as the most comfortable material.
85.
Actually, we've talked about the first ever Grand Slam already this morning. There was an Australian dart player in that tournament called Pat O'Reilly.
Yeah,
the last
remember him.
16.
Yeah,
and he used to wear patent leather boots.
Yeah, well, he used to stay in the West Midlands, so I got to know Pat really well. Played a lot
41.
of darts with Pat during that period. Great fun guy.
World-class moustache.
Yeah.
55.
He stayed over in the UK for a while, didn't he?
Yeah, he came back to Australia in late 2008, and that's when I got to know him for the first time. He was very instrumental, actually, in my rise up the rankings and why I turned pro. But
121.
that one's a bit of a long story. We'll save that for the book or the podcast one day. Both of them are struggling for the line. This is a hard work game. And you get the feeling it might be on the distance.
Well, it's one of them, you know it's not very good, and you know you should be, you know, Kevin would be thinking to himself, I should be winning
Tony
this easy.
decline
What's going on?
114.
It's looking likely he's going to be taken to the hill. Ball.
42.
Sure
Yeah,
how much of the 54 he could see.
that bed was covered, so there is a pattern occurring with Tony that sometimes he goes for the same bed, even when the beds are covered. And
45.
that's something that
Tony
you tend to see
decline
from
72.
players of a certain age. Maybe using the bullseye was the right call there, but let's see what he can do with the 72 that he's left. You don't see many people going treble 12 on 72 anymore. Double top with a dart in the way.
Yeah, that's
Didn't
game
matter.
short
And
in
we
the
are
sixth
going to
line.
the hill.
Tony
3-3 it
Wood.
is, and Painter's got the darts. But that doesn't really say much about today because every game has been won
7-10
against the
final
throw
leg.
so
It's
far.
Gavin the throw first. Game on.
We had a run yesterday. I think we'll just double check, but the first 7 games were won with throw.
59.
And 3 after that against. So it does come in spells. Is this going to be another one of those games for Tony Wood?
140.
They haven't played well, but he's going to steal it at the end. You think about that game that he had in match 8 yesterday with Martyn Turner. Turner should not have lost it. And he was sitting on something very small in the last leg, and Wood takes out that 144.
45.
Which is not solely, but it's got a huge bearing on why he's sitting on 6 points. If he missed that shot, his mentality coming into this game would be very different. Kevin looks up and he's probably going to feel like he's having a nightmare.
121.
Look at the smile. How's your luck?
58.
Well, what could go wrong has gone wrong. He's come up dry in all of his 3 scoring visits in this deciding leg, where Tony Wood's gone 140-121, and he's in there again.
He's going to leave 100, isn't he?
460.
140.
Take that, though, in the last leg, wouldn't you? 140, 121, 140.
Definitely.
100 after 9.
45.
Well, is he going to sip from the
Tony, you require 100.
glass of brilliant darts juice that Gavin Carlin was doing with 2 double tops? It's possible, but he's been really good on the treble 20 in this leg. Now is not the time for tops. Now is the time for a single 20.
60.
And that's very well done.
That will do nicely. That, what we mentioned earlier, tops up to 12. Rings true again.
This could well be a very Katy Perry style game for Kevin Painter, because this looks like the one that got away.
Tony, you require 40.
Don't forget, Painter did not get a match dot. And that's how you beat people.
Game.
And that's how you win matches, by 4 legs to 3. Tony Wood is now on 8 points with Kevin Painter. Monk stays at the top, but we have a chasing pack. The likes of Girvin, the likes of Turner and Carlin aren't done yet, but it's getting very, very difficult for them. That wasn't a bit of an attritional game. The checkouts weren't that bad. It was all about the scoring. If you look at Kevin Painter, no 140s, no 180s, that's where it all went wrong. But Girvin and Monk, two of the youngest players in this group, they are going to do battle after the break.
Good morning and welcome back to the Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Tony Wood has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Kevin Painter. Both players struggled quite a bit in that one, I think it's fair to say, and both noticeably annoyed that they weren't able to find their range. The missed darts at double for Wood looked like they were going to prove costly, especially in that fourth leg where he had multiple opportunities to move within one of the match. But Wood, who's done so well this week to grind out results in Group C, when embroiled in a bit of a slog, and he managed to find something in the decider again in that one, a 14 dart leg to move level on points with Painter in the league standings. As you can see, 4 out of 13 on the outer ring for Wood. For Painter, it was 3 out of 9. No 180s, no 140s for Painter. That aspect of his game really letting him down in that one. We can take a little look then at the league table. As I said, Kevin Painter and Tony Wood level on points and leg difference at this stage with 4 matches played this morning. Next up, we've got Nathan Girvin against the man who is top of the league standings in Arron Monk. And it was Monk who got the better of Girvin in this fixture yesterday, level in the head-to-head for the week at 2 apiece. Both players winning their opening matches this morning. Arron Monk with some faultless finishing, taking out a 160 to win his match. Superb performance from him to really lay down a marker on day 2. Girvin treating us to some superb finishing himself in his opening match, a pretty special 1-4-1 to turn the tide in his opener against Tony Wood. So who's going to pick up the 2 points in this one? Let's hand back over to Nico and Mace to find out.
Yes, welcome back. And it's time to see if Nathan Girvin can stay in the race. If he was to win this match, he would only be 2 points behind Monk. But it's a big task to take out Arron right now, who seems to have enough in the arsenal, whether it's a dominating display or he needs to battle, which is exactly what he needed to do against Gavin Carlin in match 3, which was the most ridiculous finishing match I've seen this week.
Yeah, that was a joy to watch. A 99.26 average for Arron. 91.7 for Nathan in his opening match against Tony Wood. This could have everything.
That's why Arron Monk is so
First
watchable.
lag is Nathan to throw first.
I'm not being selfish, but I do want him to make Saturday night because he's a bit of a firecracker and he will be very watchable for the crowd. Now, you can be here on Saturday night, so get your way over to dartshop.tv to see if you can make your way to the Modus Live Lounge on Saturday night and see Colin Osborne play against possibly the likes of Monk and maybe Nathan Girvin.
And almost definitely Conan Whitehead.
60.
He's already got a foot in the final. We will complete Group B this evening from 10 o'clock on your usual platforms, whether you watch via our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel or your chosen bookmaker or the sportystuff.tv website or
60.
Sporty Stuff channel 437 and the other many platforms it's on.
140.
What does Arron call you when he's seeing him? Does he just call you Chris or does he call you Mace?
Depends what kind of mood he's in.
85.
He calls me something that nobody else calls me. He calls me Paulo Dino. Almost like I'm a Brazilian footballer. Nobody else calls me that. And
53.
I really like it. I call him Arrondinha. And at this time of year when the World Cup's about to start, I suppose it's
60.
pretty apt.
Yeah, absolutely.
I call him that because it's very similar to the first Brazilian to have played in the top flight in English football, who played for Newcastle, called Mirandinha.
99. Nathan,
a
you
pointless
require
answer for you.
136.
I'm sure Callan Ridge knew that. He's watching along as he's practicing. Ooh, Nathan on double 8 for a 136 out.
120.
That was an excellent
I mean, you
attempt.
require
Grazed
80.
the wire, didn't it?
Was that a shot at tops? A somewhat safe attempt.
Yeah, that's good.
But it is tops at the end, and he's giving it everything, isn't he? And you just sense with Arron that he wants to get this job done sooner rather than later. He does not want to be embroiled in a table battle towards the end of the schedule. He wants to get to 14 points as soon as possible because he knows if he gets to 14, he'll be fine. And he could be at 14 points.
100.
If he beats Nathan Girvin, then Painter by match 7.
Yeah, he can get it wrapped up fairly early.
41.
One of the things that is largely forgotten was that during the pandemic, we played
58.
the early stages of the Super Series from home. And we somewhat remarked yesterday about the poor doors and walls, ceilings and floors, and maybe gardens and driveways that reaped the whirlwind that was Arron Monk when he lost. But he did have a 9-darter
Yep.
from home.
He sure did, as did
59.
Martyn Adams, didn't he?
And both of them came against James Hubbard.
Lucky James. Well, this is the 5th meeting of the week.
128.
Opening match was won by Arron on Monday, 4-2. Then Nathan picked up 2 wins, a 4-3 and a 4-1.
44.
Is it at this point of the day where that mental fragility could come in?
168.
Now, he's already shown a bit of spirit in taking that first leg with the 80 checkout. So has he just got to play with a bit more of a placid mindset for the rest of the day and just let his talent shine?
54.
Yeah,
Making
we
you
had a
require
Super
24.
game yesterday as well that went down to the wire. It's 2-2.
That's
This
game
is
short in the second leg.
be the
Nathan
rubber game if Nathan doesn't make it through to tomorrow night's final.
Third leg is Nathan to throw
That was a-
first. Game on.
A good recovery, a 14 dart break back.
27.
Can't afford those kind of visits.
One of the things that really annoys world-class dart players
53.
is when they constantly lose their line and they just don't know why. And it seems to be happening to Arron a little bit in this match.
57.
Again, all 3 of those low. Just kind of soften that throw a little bit, and by throwing them slightly softer, they'll go higher.
34.
I know it's a hard concept that some people struggle to understand, but we can't quite show you the shot that I want to see of the
57.
actual flight of the dart, and when it comes out of the hand, how it will climb, and the flight will drag
138.
rather than use its aerodynamic qualities.
Do you want the flight to be, when we're talking about the level of the floor, so it's a horizontal from left to right,
Yeah.
you want the flight to
60.
be underneath the point in the air. You don't want it to be above.
Yeah, because then it will drag and it will slow down.
Yep.
And that's because of the over acceleration
96.
from the back point of the backswing, and then how fast you accelerate through. What that will do will make
100.
the
Aaron, you
dart just
require
lose its
80.
aerodynamic qualities through the air.
Well, just to point that out, we'll wait for Arron to see if he can take another 80 check out the same way he got it in the first leg.
60.
He misses out, but it's the same way that it's easier for an aeroplane to fly into the wind because it flies upwards.
140. Aaron, you
It doesn't
require
fly
20.
down. That's why when you see a plane coming into a runway,
That's game short in the third
it's easier
leg.
for it to take off
Arron
into the
Monk.
wind, and it's easier for them to land it into the wind. That's why you have those wind socks next to the runway.
Correct.
Forward leg, it's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
We do have a camera angle that will show the flight of the dart
140.
in the air, but
140.
Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad right there, but you saw he was trying to rescue dart 2 with the shoulder. It's almost as if he knew before the dart was out of the hand that it was too late.
yeah, well, when you know you almost feel they're going to be
60.
low, so almost trying to get the dart to climb on the fly. And the problem is when there's there's a
45.
perfect example of it. When there's too much acceleration, being able to control that is near impossible because you just can't replicate it.
If you look at Arron when he's playing this smoothly,
59.
his body isn't moving. It's just all from the tip of the shoulder bone all the way through to the fingers. That's all that's moving. You want to remain still, but we see with
43.
Nathan sometimes the body gets involved, and that's a bad thing.
The only thing that it's just from the elbow.
And look at the chest of Arron Monk. It's not moving. It's all about
100.
a very simple bicep curl with the elbow in the same position, and there's no force. It's just
No.
the body doing what it can
No,
naturally
you don't need to force it. It's 22 grams.
96.
You know, an
Aaron, you
aerodynamic
require 142.
object. It doesn't need to be forced.
There's a level of comfort in this game for Monk now that he didn't have a couple of legs ago. His points tally is good.
57.
His leg difference is better than everybody else.
His performance levels have been better than anybody else.
Oh, this has got to go in. Oh, it was a bad second shot.
15.
You can see from that angle that the darts are starting to kink a little bit to the
Matey
right-hand side. I don't know whether that's
120.
something that he wants, whether he can use it or not, but let's find out what Nathan can do with the 120. I'm not sure what was happening on dart 1, whether that was an attempt at 3 double tops, but
50.
nothing seems to have worked out well there.
5.
1 for double 2. For 3-1. Just loosening the arm, just getting rid of some of the tension in there.
He never fails to tell you what's going on.
Yeah, that's game shot.
And we know what's going on right here.
Arron Monk.
That's the first holder throw.
5th flag is
That's
Nathan
3-1 to Arron Monk.
Game on.
And you know what I'm going to say next, right? Because Arron Monk did not throw first in this match. We could have the first third of our fixtures today all going against the darts.
Yep.
Who said one time that it was good to have the throw? Someone's taken the rule book and burnt it this morning.
43.
Doesn't matter today.
That's such a lovely angle of attack that Nathan's got.
140.
Such potential when that first dart is in that top 10% of the 60 bed.
See, with his darts, they
96.
yeah, we do have a side camera that can watch the entirety of the arc of the dart.
93.
Well, I think we got a camera from every angle. You can actually see the darts released out of the hand and the actual natural
80.
arc it will take.
You require
And then you'll see the
140.
weep and the wibble through the air.
Yeah, every dart will have an arc.
Yeah.
Even if you were to shoot a gun,
130.
there would be an arc, but it would be very microscopic.
Well, Dennis Smith had a lovely one. It almost came out of his hand and it's just almost straight to the target.
He was playing at the seniors qualifiers at the weekend,
You
wasn't he?
require 10.
Good to see Big Den.
That's game
And
shot.
good to see Nathan Girvin staying in the match for that double 5. But we have another 4-2 because we've already had 3 of them.
That was a
6
13
flag. It's Arron
darter
to throw
to go with
first.
the 14 darter in leg 2. But now he needs a break of throw here.
81. 92.
Surely we're not going to have a day where every game
Jack
goes against the
75.
darts. That can't possibly happen. Well, it can happen, but it's extremely unlikely.
And that's sort of
92.
almost like a player's eye view, but we're not actually getting the flight of the dart in the air, which is
79.
what we need to see. We've got the side camera which gets that whole shot, don't we?
You can actually see from that camera facing the board that
43.
the flight is trying to slap the board.
Yeah, and that's
because it's going over the top.
Yeah, and that's down to the lack of smooth release or the over acceleration. So the dart's being thrown too hard.
The second dart there, he went full on Jockey Wilson. He was giving it the right hook afterwards, which is great for us to watch. But from a technical perspective, it's something you want to try and eliminate. Try and make throwing the dart as easy for yourself as possible. This is better. Doesn't get any better.
180. Arron, you require 148.
Arron was thinking, hit this 148 and get rid of this young lad.
96.
But now he's got to dodge a 67 out to get a look at a match shot. Double 16. Stay in the contest. This is a big shot.
35.
Can Arron finish the job?
Arron, you require 52.
He'll go 12 for Tops. Tops has been good to him. Oh, it's so close.
32.
Two match darts have gone begging.
Nathan, you require
Reprieve
32.
for Nathan. He will have the darts in the decider if he can find double 16. This could change his whole day.
No score.
That miss could change his whole week.
Arron, you require 20.
This could make Arron feel very good, because if he hits this double 10 or this number, it's going to be 4 points the gap at the top. And it is 4 points the gap. He's almost there. In fact, I believe he's only one win away from definitely being there. He doesn't look too pleased with the fact he's just got 2 points. Smile, Arron. You've won both your games today, and you have a very healthy leg difference as well of +8. That's what he did, but somehow he managed to win 4-2 with an average 9 less than his opponent. Still more to do, but when we come back for match number 6, we will start the second third of action with Martyn Turner against Gavin Carlin. It's not far away.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Arron Monk has just edged ever closer to a spot in finals. Now, it was a 4-2 victory in the end over Nathan Girvin. Of course, his level dipping significantly from his first match. Paul Nicholson alongside me. How often do we see that? A statement win in a player's first game, and then the level dipping significantly. Most importantly, though, still managed to get the 2 points.
Yeah, he didn't look too happy about getting 2 points, and I assure you, if Arron had gone back to the practice room and had averaged the way that Nathan did and not got the 2 points, he would feel a lot worse than he does right now. But he's always been a glass is half empty kind of guy, but that glass is almost full when it comes to Group C action. He's got to feel positive, and he's just got to chill a little bit. I think he's just been a bit too intense today. We talked about his mentality, and it has been tested today, but if he could just listen to what we're saying, maybe just chill a little bit and just let your game come together.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned as well Nathan's body getting involved when he was throwing up there. Of course, you mentioned why that happens. What would you say is the way to prevent it? Is it just to relax up there a bit more? Because he is trying to force things and try and find something that at the moment maybe isn't there. Is it just to relax?
Yes, I think what he would benefit from going forward is maybe spending a bit of time with Chris or some form of coach, just to try and establish a release angle for himself, because what Chris is trying to say is that the flight is coming over the top with the throw, the dart is dragging through the air, and subconsciously Nathan knows this. He might not see it from his point of view, but the dart is actually going towards the board with a lot of effort from the body, but if he could possibly release it slightly differently, the dart would fly a little easier. So there's definitely potential with Nathan, but he is by far away from his finished product. I think he's not even halfway to his potential. There's so much more to give.
Yeah, that's certainly a scary prospect, isn't it? But we can take a little look at the league table, and those missed starts at double to level things at 3 apiece for Nathan might mean that his race is done. Of course, he has still got a chance, but it is looking more and more unlikely now, isn't it? With Kevin Painter and Tony Wood on 8 points and just grinding out those results on day 2. Next up, we have got Martyn Turner, of course, on 4 points. It's very difficult for him now to qualify, but he's someone who came into today's action saying that he's quite low on confidence coming into this Super Series. How difficult can it be when you are on 4 points, you are struggling with your finishing, to not let that lower your confidence even further?
Well, confidence for me is a house of cards. You can build it one thing at a time very carefully, but confidence can be lost very, very quickly. All you need is a gust of wind or somebody to open a door, and all of a sudden everything's gone. So you can't expect to have all of your confidence back just like that. You've got to build it one game at a time. I know it's a cliche, but you can't do anything more. And the next game comes along, try and do something that builds that confidence one brick at a time, and he's got a chance here against Gavin.
He has indeed. Of course, Gav has shown glimpses of quality, but not able to sustain it over the course of an entire match. Will he be able to do that in this one, or will Martyn Turner pick up the points? Mace, back over to you.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Nico. Well, Martyn Turner won this tie 4-0 yesterday. And it's Gavin Carlin who's the 8-13 favourite, 6-5. About Martyn Turner, I think these two are basically playing for pride and position. At the moment, all about Arron. He is, well, for me, already qualified. It's mathematically possible, of course, for him to not finish in the top 2, but I think it's very unlikely. This is going to come down
First
to
leg, it's Martyn to throw first.
potentially Kevin Painter, Nathan Girvin, and Tony Wood. They are the chasing pack.
100.
Martyn can actually win this one. He would go on to 6 points with Nathan Girvin, but a defeat here
96.
would allow Carlin to join him on 4 points.
100. 177.
From Gavin. 177. There is the shot. You can see that there's
57.
very little weep and wibble from Martyn Turner, and the same with, look how quickly the actual dart
29.
gets to the angle of entry. It's probably only about 12 inches away
95.
for Gavin Carlin. What do you think about this, Nico? Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, that's a very pure throw.
127.
You can see it with the lack of effort from the dart player, can't you? There's no trying to save the shot. It's coming out of the hand really easily. And some of the greatest players of all time
Gavin, you
have
require
had that
72.
quality. Just look at how easily John Lowe threw a dart. He just let the dart do all the work.
Well, look at Eric. The hand was just
that's
opened and it just came out
Gavin Carlin.
pretty much as smooth as humanly possible. But, you know, we're not machines, although I often would have liked
Second
to
leg, it's Gavin to throw
put
first.
Phil Taylor in an MRI scan to see if there was any wires in there.
It's like I say when people are having destructive runs of form, sometimes we need to cut their arm open and check if they're a Terminator.
Yeah. MVG was very much like that last night.
24.
Yeah, that was old school MVG. That was defiance.
I was talking with the lads early this morning out in the practice room, and you know, there's been a lot of hype around Josh Rock, and rightly so. Let's have it right. The kind of numbers he's been punching in, he deserves all the plaudits he gets.
180.
But it was almost like Michael saying, "Hang on a minute, I'm the governor. Don't forget about me."
I think that's been happening all
99.
year. If you think what Michael's won, he's won the Grand Prix, he's won the Premier League,
The match play.
he's won the match play, so he's got 3 of the
60.
biggest titles of the year, and everybody's going on about Cullen and Humphreys and Rock.
I think it's because we're not used to seeing him have so many defeats.
125.
And you know, there's a lot more tournaments this year than the 3 he won. And I think that's basically down.
87.
I think
Gavin
his level's dropped.
139.
I think everybody's sort of caught up to him, but now we've got, instead of having 1 or 2 across the board,
99.
we've got 10, maybe 12 that are all capable of averaging 108, 110 on their day.
I remember back in the early noughties when Taylor wasn't
28.
playing everything, he was
Gavin
picking and choosing his events.
40.
And the likes of Alan Warren a little, Colin Lloyd, Peter Manley were all getting that world number 1
That's
spot.
game short in the second leg.
And Gavin's getting a 2-0 lead with ease here, with 32 darts used in the first 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Martyn to throw first.
There's a lot of hype around the
Game
fact that
on.
Lloydie and Manley and Warren a little were world number 1, and Taylor was the one that was always winning the worlds.
Yeah.
81.
And at the minute, you just sense that MVG's going in the same direction. He's the one who isn't world number 1 at the minute, but he's the one picking up the titles. He's the one who's got things that other people don't have, but other people are getting the headlines.
Well, what's Gezi Price done that Michael Van Gerwen hasn't done so far?
60.
Is that a challenge to find something out?
You'll love this. Well, I'll tell you.
Oh, he's been world number 1 twice?
Yeah.
Or is it 3 times?
3 times.
39.
And Michael's only done it the once, although he did do it for a bit of a longer period than anybody else outside of Taylor.
99.
There was a question going around about a year ago, and I tried to avoid it. I can answer it now because I've got a lot more information, but somebody asked me, do you think Michael Van Gerwen will be world number 1 again? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, January.
Yeah, because I think he's going to win the world title. I think he's going to be a 4-time world champion, and he will be within 2 of his target, because his target is 6.
Yeah, well,
46.
it's all about what are those that are defending around him. And we know, well, Gezi's got $500,000 coming off, hasn't he?
He's got $500,000 coming off, and Gary Anderson's got the 200,000 coming off. And semi-finalists Stephen Bunting.
140. Martyn, you require 64.
I forget who the other one was. I should know that one. 88.
56.
Martyn has handed a
Gavin, you require
silver,
42.
gilded opportunity here for Carlin in a 3-0. Double top. He's barely missing a double.
22.
He has this time.
Martyn, you require 8. Yeah, that's game short in the third.
It was Dave Chisnell, wasn't it?
Turner.
2 years ago.
Yes.
Because he had that remarkable quarterfinal against MVG.
Yeah, 108
Forward
average,
leg, it's
wasn't it?
Gavin to
Something
throw first.
ridiculous.
5
Game
sets to
on.
0. Now, here's another one for all of you statos. You've already heard a great one from Mace about
100.
Price being world number 1 3 times and Michael only being world number 1 once. How about the fact that MVG has an unwanted record?
45.
He has, in the history of the Order of Merit, the largest Order of Merit drop in cash of 450,000.
58.
He was the first person to get the $500,000 prize against Michael Smith. But 2 years later, he only made the quarters and dropped 450,000 ranking points.
140.
Which beats the previous record of Rob Cross, who dropped, I think it was 385,000.
Yep.
140.
It's almost good that we don't have rankings here because we could get our heads in a twist otherwise. It's all about the now. And Gavin Carlin right now is looking
58.
pretty solid to get to 4 points in the table, which is not out of it yet, but boy, does he need all the results to go his way.
66.
Is this starting to look like Group A again for Gavin? Could he possibly find all of his best starts at the end of the campaign when it's too late?
Well, he did this on Wednesday.
11.
He won 4 out of 5 on Wednesday when he was out of the group and had no chance of winning Group A. He then produced his best starts.
He's going for another 2 double top finish there, and he hits that one. All of a sudden, we're thinking he's not going to miss one.
I'll go out for a drink with him. He'd be quite expensive if he likes all them doubles.
Making himself a new nickname, Top Shelf.
Gavin Carlin.
That reminds me of my old friend Andy Dillon from Biker. It was his birthday and we were playing at the Tottenham Snooker Club against London. And I won my only ever County A game there. There's a mindless fact about the asset, right? Only one County A win. And it was my friend Andy's birthday. And Northumberland wisdom said, oh, let's get him a top shelf.
Yeah.
He wasn't very
41.
well for a
No,
few
I bet he
hours.
wasn't. That long trip on that county coach all the way home would have been interesting.
59.
You know who was top? Here's another one. I don't know why this sticks in my memory. From that trip, do you know who was top of the averages in the county
96.
list that year? Going into that match, and he lost his only match that year against us. Michael Barnard.
Wow.
100.
Yes, he was Premier League Player of the Year that year. I did it. I finished
84.
second overall to someone who was playing in Clwyd, who won 9 out of 9 because you used to get that silly bonus point for a win. Yeah, I won
60.
Premier League Player of the Year and second overall.
Oh, it wasn't
Because-
Peter Johns, was it?
Because I only played 8 out of the 9 games.
Twenty-seven.
Turner's in control of leg 5. He's got 6 starts from 161. Still marvel at the fact that you have
65.
some players who can throw a flight this small. I have never been able to throw a flight as small as that. And I marvel at the people who can.
86.
You know how
Martyn,
to
you require
navigate this start
96.
ranking site, so you can have a look a bit later and see what the projected drop-offs is and
56. Gavin, you require
what it's looking
167.
like in terms of the potential of Michael van Gerwen regaining that #1 position.
And we might have a little look to see what the potential is for people dropping off the tour, to see who you might be seeing in the MODUS Super Series next year.
Yeah,
Lots of potential. Not that we want them to lose their cards,
absolutely not. I'm chuffed to bits for Robert Owen,
That's
but
game short in the fifth
their
flag.
gain is our
Martyn
loss.
Turner.
That's another leg back for Martyn. But the big leg coming up next because he has to find a break.
6 flag is Gavin to throw first. Game on.
I hate to keep saying this, but having the darts is no benefit today at all.
Not today.
134.
No game has been won with the dart so far today.
45.
Are we going to do the exact opposite to yesterday? Because like you mentioned, the first 7 games of Thursday were won with the darts. They're trying to tip the scale back.
135.
Match number 6 of 15.
Next one's going to be interesting
58.
between Arron and Kevin.
Potential fireworks there.
Yeah, some games, it's a bit like dropping copper
58.
into water. But when it comes to Monk and Painter, it's like dropping francium into hydrochloric acid. You just know that you're going to have to
96.
keep your distance a little bit. Bit like that day in chemistry class where that plastic screen comes out and he says, get your goggles on,
45.
kids, because this one's going to be bright. Well, 129
134.
is a
Gavin, you
finish
require
that can be done with 2
129.
doubles, but he does need to go for 2 doubles. He's not going to, because the only way he was going to have a double-double attempt was if he had the treble 19.
45.
I'll just keep Martyn interested. It's unlucky.
100.
Great last start.
Gavin, you require
Applies the
84.
pressure because this is for the match.
Bullseye.
38.
Wasn't close.
Martyn, you require 68.
Turner with a chance to maybe turn this one around. Double 10.
Yeah, that's game
What is
short
it
and a
about
6
left-handers and
left.
double
Martyn
10?
Turner.
They love it, don't they? Absolutely love it. No more prolific on the double 10.
7-10 final
James
leg.
Wade,
It's
of
Martyn to
course.
throw first. Game on.
Who is the best double 10 shooter in the world right now? Because it's not James Wade.
131.
You can find out, can't you? You've got access to that site that gives you all that deep, deep data.
100.
Off the top of my head, I think it's Ryan Meikle.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure I saw
44.
statistics within the last month that told me that Ryan Meikle was the best double 10 hitter in the world. And he's
60.
a left-hander. So again, proving the point. Now, I've just seen something on the back of Gavin Carlin's shirt that's made me laugh a bit.
85.
I love that people design their own shirts these days. But if you look at the back of the shirt, I think the for the cannon is upside down.
96.
Why is it upside down? That's going to make me laugh for the rest of my life.
137.
Great visit from Martyn there.
60. Martyn, you require
Maybe it's
104.
the direction of the cannon.
Ah, I see. Has it got anything to do with the fact
40.
that Gavin's in the basement of the table? He could find himself adrift to everybody else by 4 points if Martyn gets to 6.
And he has an option. Go for the ball or treble 13 or treble 15.
Could leave 5.
Oh, good.
Hit a 170.
Martyn,
He's
you
been
require
sipping from the
64.
same cup as Conan Whitehead, who last night was hitting balls when he didn't need them and missing balls when he did need them. Double 16.
32.
And Gavin now has to
Gavin, you require 15.
navigate 15 points to keep this trend going.
7 double 4, 3 double 6. It's your only real couple of options.
The trend
Game,
continues.
shot, and a match.
Having the
Gavin
darts
Carlin.
today is a bit of a poison chalice. Well, Gavin Carlin did have the better statistics in that match, but Martyn did have one match start to steal it on that 64, which he was unable to find. So Carlin gets himself on the same amount of points as Martyn Turner in that table now. There's a slight difference in the leg difference in the table, which we'll have a look at with Abby after the break. But when we do return, it's Monk against Painter. Yeah, you don't want to miss that.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Gav Carlin has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Martyn Turner in that one. Gav Carlin racing out into a 2-0 lead with 15 and 17 dart legs. Turner not even getting a dart at the outer ring in those opening 2 legs. Carlin relenting slightly in the middle part of that one and allowed Turner back into the contest, but Carlin eventually getting the points wrapped up on double fours. You can see he was 4 out of 9 on the outer ring in that one. A real clinical display from him, and an average just shy of 86 in that match. That, of course, doesn't really change things at the top of the league standings. We can take a look at the table now, and it is, of course, Arron Monk who is up next, and he's really, if he gets the 2 points in this one, all but secure in finals night. Is Kevin Painter, who's just behind him, along with Tony Wood. Of course, those two level on leg difference as well. So Monk against Painter, a really crucial tie at the top of the table. Of course, it was Arron Monk who will be all but secure, as I mentioned, if he is to pick up the 2 points in this one. Monk coming through in a decider to take the points yesterday. There was a 1-11 finish in there and an 11 dart leg as well. A really impressive display, as we saw throughout the course of yesterday's action. Of course, these two players, they like to let each other know, don't they, how they're feeling up there. So we could possibly have some fireworks in this one. Let's get the popcorn ready and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, the popcorn is at the ready for this one. A win for Arron, and it is guaranteed. Well, I think he's pretty much home and hosed and in to tomorrow night's final. His remaining games after this one is against Tony Wood and Martyn Turner. Gavin Painter, well, he's desperate for a win here. Lost last time out after making the ideal start to the day with a 4-2 win over Martyn Turner, but unfortunately then lost 4-3 to Tony Wood. This could have absolutely everything, Nico.
It could. And it's at this stage of Group C where we think what is possible for every player. 3 matches to go for Arron, so he can still make 18 points, which is a very healthy total.
It's Arron to throw first.
That was the
game on
completion, the last match of the second cycle of games. So all the players with a potential 6 points on offer.
Kevin, with 3 games to go, can get to 14. But for the first time today, we can say not only...
He's changed his dart.
55.
Yeah, that was going to be my second point.
Oh.
The first one being if Monk wins, he's through.
Yeah.
He is going to be safe if he gets the 4 legs, but the first time in this group that Painter has decided to change the barrels, and he did have some grip issues in his previous game. Maybe that's the reason for it.
85.
He has done this before as well. He's used multiple sets within a campaign. He's never been shy to make the change if he feels it's necessary.
60.
But he just doesn't have the answers at the minute. No, Arron nicked this one yesterday, 4-3, and an average of 95.64 in the process. His finishing was on point, as is that visit. He was 4 out of 7 on the doubles.
I think Arron's going to have any sympathy for Kevin's plight in the top 3. I think he'll want to be ruthless here.
Agreed.
Where was that one going? Because that was surely for a single 8. He's dragged that one a good inch and a half
28.
left. For a moment, I had to check myself to think whether he was going double-double for some reason. There's a lot of ghost darting going on in the background there, as if to say, he's trying to warm that arm up maybe.
He's just trying to stay loose. Are we going to get our first player win with the throw in match number 7 today? Because that was a very comfortable Older throw for Arron.
Second
in
leg,
leg
it's
one.
Gavin the throw first. Game on.
Based on what we've seen from Kevin at this portion of the campaign yesterday, maybe 18 darts will be
16.
good enough.
Agreed.
He's never really been one for dart shirts, has he, Arron? He's more about the comfortable polo shirts.
137.
He cares about what's more underneath it.
He always looks very smart. I think he's very much in the same vein as Painter. He likes to look very formal. He likes shoes instead of trainers.
Same as Wadey.
Yeah.
With the trousers and the brown shoe combination.
You don't see many brown dart shirts. So maybe there's an idea for Arron if he ever does want to get a dart shirt made. He's got the hair down for a monk now. I think he's done the right thing, you know, when the hairline starts to get a bit further back. It's time to get the clippers out.
Oh, yeah, get the lot off.
28.
Some players have hung on to their hair just a little bit too long. And yes, I'm talking about Scott Waits. And then, when he lost his hair, he just grew the most resplendent beard.
Well, yeah, it went from the head to the chin, didn't it?
Yeah, he's a pointless answer when it comes to Guess Who over the course of his career. Has he got hair? Yes. Has he got hair anymore? No.
180. Gavin, you require 164.
Many legs.
Now, if you're Kevin Painter, you've got to maintain focus here because
92. I mean, you require
this campaign
57.
could be lost in the middle of Friday's session if he's not careful. Monk is at tops for a 2-0 lead.
Yeah,
right now, Chris Mason is writing on his notepad 57 BOT.
Correct.
Third leg, it's
Welcome to Darts Coding 101. 57 checkout, break off throw.
It's like our own little shorthand, isn't it? And we all have our own little ways of doing it. When myself and Nick are doing the World Championships, we share the final. So one of us will do the first half and the other the second half. What we tend to do is leave our notes, and you've got to be a little bit wary that we do have our own sort of codes. Otherwise, you look down and it's just, oh, it almost looks like Chinese.
Yeah, it's like trying to translate hieroglyphics about 5,000 years later.
140.
You know, what does a camel looking at the sky mean? I know that his professional days are over, but he's still a very avid player
55.
And he loves competing. But do you think Kevin would make a good pundit?
You never know. It can surprise us from time to time.
92.
There are plenty guests in our TalkSport comms box, of course. It's always enjoyable just getting another insight. And as you mentioned with Kevin, he's just still so competitive. It burns so bright. It's something that I'm happy
81.
to have completely discarded because it allows you to play with so much more freedom. Although that's, I suppose, the advantageous position we're in. That
100.
if we want to play now, it's on our terms.
Yeah, there's no definitive retirement in the game of darts. If you do want to make a return, you can. Look at Raymond van Barneveld.
44. I mean, you require 70.
Back in the top 40 in the world.
And he was so fortunate to qualify as well. All of his matches go into the wire and people having match darts.
It's amazing how things can change in a short space of time. And Monk is 3-0 up. This is not just catastrophic. Oh, that was a little bit of a dance move there. Strictly.
Forward leg,
Arron Monk.
Kevin the throw first. Game on.
Well, the problem is for Kevin here, if he does get gubbed 4-0, his leg difference will all be back down to 0.
Yep, and with Tony Wood having a game in hand, who's currently on +4 as well, he's playing Martyn Turner next. So there is a great deal of possibility that Painter would lose ground.
100.
Yeah.
It's almost like gladiators here right now. We thought this was going to have fireworks, and it's Gladiator Red and Gladiator Blue. I used to live in the same town as John Anderson, actually, the referee from Gladiators, yeah.
58.
Oh, I almost wanted to bump into him in Tesco and for him to say, check out ready.
Kevin, who just picked up the pace in the last 2
57.
visits, found back-to-back 140s, and then he's almost then gone back to a standstill.
He's gone full-on glacial walk back as well, trying to upset the rhythm of our...
140.
We're not
Gavin,
stupid, Kevin. We know what you're doing.
164.
We can see it.
Oh, go for it.
He would have done. Just out of frustration.
138.
Well, he does mention luck from time to time. How's your luck? Double 13.
99.
I'm looking for some.
Gavin, you
And with
require
Monk on something
26.
very gettable, I'd get this hit. To the side.
13.
That could
Arron,
be
you require
catastrophic.
104.
And this could be our first bagel of the day.
Could be curtains.
Double 12.
92.
I'm almost surprised he didn't go double 17 bull.
Gavin, you
Because that's the
require
kind of thing that would have
13.
really set Kevin off.
Oh, God.
Well, this will be the best checkout in the history of the world if he gets this. 1 double 1. Arron can't believe it. Please hit this.
Go on,
Please
get
hit
in.
this.
No
Oh,
score.
that would have been sensational.
Arron, you require 12.
He can't stop laughing. Do you think best of 7 darts is just the same all the time? Think again. That would have been one of the best moments of the year. Double 6. Basement. Job
Game,
done. 4-0
shot,
to Monk.
and a
And
match,
he's going to be
Arron
in
Monk.
Saturday night. But Kevin Painter, it just doesn't seem to be the case at the minute. But he's still got 2 games left. His leg difference has taken a bit of a dent there. Tony Wood could make things even worse for him. But the response from Monk after a somewhat suspect performance in his second game, the response has been excellent. Painter has got games to come, and he may need to win them both if he wants to make the top 2. It will be over to Tony Wood and Martyn Turner come the next game, and that will be game 8 coming your way after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Arron Monk has just booked his place in finals night after a 4-0 victory over Kevin Painter. He, of course, joins Colin Osborne, who booked his place in Saturday night's finals night, coming through Group A on Wednesday. There you can see the stats from that game. Monk averaging 92.5 in that one, and he has really been the standout performer, hasn't he, in Group C over the course of the 2 days of action. A couple of 15-dart legs in there from Monk. Painter not getting a dart at double in the first 3 legs. Monk missed a dart at double for a 104 finish, fell off the stage while Painter was throwing, but returned to pin double 3 for the match. And as I mentioned, with that clinical edge of 4 out of 9 on the outer ring, he joins Colin Osborne in finals night. We can take a little look at the league table then for confirmation of that. Monk on 14 points at the moment. He does still have 2 games to play, and it's Tony Wood, Kevin Painter, who are both on 8 points behind him at the moment. Tony Wood up next against Martyn Turner. It was Wood who came through in a decider when these two met yesterday. It was in real sickening fashion, wasn't it, for Turner? He'd left himself on 31 after 15. Thought he was probably going to get a look at it, but Wood took out a superb 144 on double 12 to seal the victory. A great chance, though, for Tony Wood in this next match to move on to 10 points in the league standings and make himself favourite to go through alongside Arron Monk for tomorrow night's finals night. And just a quick reminder that if you'd like to be here tomorrow night, you can visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets. Let's get into this next match then and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it's time to get floral once again, and this one is all about Tony Wood, who sits in the table on 8 points alongside Painter, but this is his game in hand in round 3. Now, Martyn Turner's on 4 points, and if he can win this game, he's not out of it. But he's not only got to win his games, he's got to have the right results from elsewhere as well. And the leg difference is a bit of an issue, but we've already seen things change in that regard, because Painter's leg difference was +4 before the last match. Now it's all square. And if Turner can do the same to Wood, well, could be very different. And what do people with turning lathes do to Wood? They trim them down.
Yes, this is
First leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
I feel that one of each have got to win it big, haven't they?
Well, he said it this morning, did Tony, that he was having a blast up there. He doesn't want his first experience
100.
here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth to be just 2 days. He would like to be part of it when there's a few folk out there.
And his memory of playing this man will have been that
60.
absolutely incredible 144 in the deciding leg of the match. And as you already mentioned, Nico, it was one that Martyn most definitely should have won. But the 144 out of the top draw, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that categorization by
81.
Abby was perfect. Sickening.
As an opponent is.
Yeah, I don't know whether you've ever seen some of these sci-fi movies. They've got something called 6 sticks in Minority Report. And that's exactly how Martyn Turner was feeling. It's as if Tony Wood got a 6 stick and just zapped him.
Yeah, that would have hurt. That would have been kind of one you'd still be thinking about
100.
when you close your eyes at night.
Is there one that makes you think that way? Any finish that sticks out?
Yeah, there was
93.
There was a John Walton one. It was a semi-final of the World Masters. I was 2 sets up, a leg up, and absolutely in cruise control. And I would have been playing Merv King in the final. And I missed double 18 for a 116, and I think he took 160 out. And I never had another match start after that. And something very similar happened in the final against Merv. He was 2 up and a leg up, and then
100.
Walton
Tony, you
just
require
produced another
80.
unbelievable comeback.
Yeah, it's funny that, because 160 sticks in my mind, Wes Newton, 2014 match play. I was on double 1.
Well, there was one when I played. It was quite
60.
funny, if not a little painful.
Martyn,
I was playing Wes 3-all. It
148.
174 to leave 24. He wanted 78. He went treble 18, double 9, double 3.
Why am I not surprised?
100. Tony, you required
Did
Did
20.
you like that glass of milk, Wes?
And hence, when I had the opportunity to do him in tell on the ball, I went for it.
Nice. Nice riposte. Hope you're well, Wes. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be back in
10.
Series 2
Martyn, you
at some
require
point over the
48.
next. What do we have? 7 weeks left of this series.
Plenty to get your teeth into. Double 16.
Yeah, that's game short
And
in
I
the
bet
first
he
half.
wishes he'd hit
Martyn
that
Turner.
at the end of the last match that he played, because had he done that, he'd be sitting on 6 points right now in the table. And
Second leg,
he'd
it's
still have his
Martyn to
1-0
throw
lead here
first.
against
Game
Tony
on.
Wood. Suppose we can... And you know how much I love movie references, Mace.
30.
This is technically the sequel. Super Series 2.
I don't know how you even get time to watch any films. Must be on those long flights.
You can just about squeeze a
60.
movie in on a European flight these
Yeah.
days. Or you just have to watch the first half on the way out and then the second half on the way back.
125.
Yeah, if this is the sequel to Super Series 1, it's not disappointing right now. It's not flopping at the box office, that's for sure. It's more of a Godfather Part 2 or a Terminator 2
137.
or a Bourne Supremacy.
'82.
Or a Top Gun Maverick, which a lot of people
Well,
think is better than the original. Well, that's debatable.
Yeah, I can't agree. I did actually. One of the rare films I watched. I sat down with Charlotte and we watched that one, and it was okay.
57.
Typically Hollywood. Don't get me wrong. The way it was filmed and the camera work, and that was incredible.
60.
It's better at the IMAX theatre.
But they very, you know, the remakes are very, very rarely better than the originals. In my humble.
Still haven't had a darts movie, have we?
Well,
100.
Even though somebody tried to make one about Richie Burnett once.
yeah, I remember there was they were doing some filming one year at Lakeside, and
180.
there was going to be some kind of, it was a
Tony, you
British-made
require
film, but I'm not sure if it
147.
ever happened.
Well, there are some Hollywood superstars who like their darts. Josh Gad loves his darts. He's been in some good stuff, like
59. Martyn, you required
some sitcoms
24.
and The Wedding Ringer with Kevin Hart and some other things. So maybe they will get onto their screenplay guys and do something. But right now, the leading role is being done by Martyn Turner. He's getting the award for
Third leg, it's
best
Tony to
player,
throw
but
first.
he's only halfway
Game
there.
on.
We've already had 3 of the 12 players qualify for Champions Week. We'll have a 4th tomorrow night. We'll be joining Jim McEwen, Alexander Merckx, and Justin Smith.
60.
Just looking back at Series 1, who's the most impressive for you in winning a weekly title? Which is the one that sticks out and you think, yeah, that was a dominating display? Because in week 4, which was in Southampton,
42.
of course, in Super Series 1, that was won by Daryl Pilgrim, and that was a night that really got away from Josh Payne.
I thought Graham Moore was brilliant the week he won. Kieran Tian, of course, who produced the 9-darter here. Our first. Graham Usher, week 7. He was mustard.
And he almost won the whole thing, but he just ran out of gas on finals night and lost to the serial winner, Conan Whitehead, who will be back in action tonight to book his spot in Saturday night. Me and Mace think it's just a matter of time before he does.
Yeah, very much like today with Arron. They look like they almost can go through the gears at will.
43.
But we know we're not going to have Robert Owen, as he has secured his tour card with his performances this year.
60.
He has been one of the stories of 2022.
I don't know how many of those the previous 12 winners will be also joining Robert Owen by getting a tour card from Q School in January.
Well, in the next leg, we'll have a little look at the way
Martyn, you require
the
141.
rankings are right now and see who you could possibly see in Super Series 3 next year, or even Super Series 2.
Yeah, there'll still be time.
110.
And again, just for ease of people's egos purposes, we want them to keep their cards.
Absolutely.
But for
we don't want to ever see Robert Owen here again.
No.
42.
Not unless there's a rule change.
31.
I don't ever want to see Scott Williams back here. I want to see more of those yellow shoes in things like Grand Slams.
Yeah, I want to see him
That's game
winning
short in the
tournaments.
third
And
leg. Martyn
is the
Turner.
normal service about to return of players not having the throw, winning matches? Because
Forward leg, it's Martyn to throw first.
Martyn Turner
Game
in a
on.
blink of an eye is 3-0 up here. 3 out of 4 on the doubles, 180. Average approaching 90.
78.
Now, if I were Kevin Painter, who looked very crestfallen at losing 4-0, I'd be looking at the monitor right now thinking, "Ooh, this result works for me." Because
Yeah, doesn't it ever?
if Tony Wood loses 4-0 to Martyn Turner,
100.
all of a sudden Painter is level on points and leg difference again with Wood.
Well, Nathan is up next against Gavin Carlin. If he can
60.
produce one there, he also will find himself back in the mix.
Right, let's have a little gander. One of my favourite words in the English language. Let's have a gander at who could potentially grace the MODUS Super Series in 2023. Now,
100.
these suggestions are based on people outside of the top 64 right now who do not already have a card for next year. They will have the opportunity to get their card back.
Yep.
So these are just ideas. Mike Kijvenhoven, Neil Zonneveld. These are great players from the Netherlands. Scott Mitchell.
Yep. He would be a wonderful addition.
Willie Borland.
And of course, Scott Mitchell, if he doesn't,
80.
which I hope he does get a tour card back, what an addition he will also be to the World Seniors.
Yeah, and think about how good Mitchell was when playing from home during the pandemic.
Yep.
He was fantastic. Jason Lowe, someone who you know
85.
very well. Adam Hunt.
He's the kind of player I think this would benefit for a season.
Now I'm going to throw one at you before this game could come to an end. Andy Bolton. This would
60.
suit him
Martyn
down to the
Turner,
ground.
98.
Multiple matches.
But this game could be done.
Treble 18. The double 12 for a 15 darter and a 4-0 win.
66.
Yesterday, a
Tony, you
76
require
average against
161.
Martyn Turner might have got you some legs. But the
know.
fact that Turner has upped his game by over 14 points today against Wood has given him this 3-1 advantage. And now 3 darts, a double 16 for the match.
Hendo, is he in danger of
137. Martyn, you require 32.
his card? Oh,
Yeah, I
goodness.
was saving that one for later. I do not want to see John Henderson here.
Game, shot,
But
and the
Martyn
match.
Turner is very
Martyn
much still
Turner.
here, and that's a good result for him. A bad one for Tony, but a brilliant result for Kevin Painter. We now have a melee. We have a peloton in the middle of the pack, and all of a sudden, Gavin Carlin is still in with a shout. But so is Nathan Girvin. They're going to do battle at the end of round 3, which is our next match. But you can see that Turner averaging 17 darts per leg for that 4-0 win. That was more like it, Martyn. You might need some more of that if you're going to squeak into the top 2 before the end of the day. Don't go far. Match 9 is coming your way.
good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Martyn Turner has just completed a whitewash victory to get the better of Tony Wood in that last game. Turner recording his first win of the day in that one. We said he lost this one in sickening fashion yesterday. Certainly got a bit of revenge in that one, though. Much more clinical on the outer ring. 4 successive 17 dart legs in that one. Wood missing all 4 of his attempts at a double in the match. And that result, well, it's certainly good for both Kevin Painter and the man we've got coming up next in Nathan Girvan. We can take a look at the league standings and see why that is good news for those. Of course, it means Kevin Painter is currently in 2nd place, and it is joint. Look at that for leg difference. Very little to separate the players on both 8 points and 6 points in the league table. If Nathan Girvan is to get a victory in this one, he'll join Painter and Wood on 8 points and potentially on a very similar leg difference in that one as well. He takes the man who's rooted to the bottom of the table at the moment in Gavin Carlin. Girvan, of course, came through in a last leg decider to get the better of Carlin yesterday. A 1:15 checkout in leg 3, really turning the tide in that match before coming through, as I said, in the last leg decider in that match. Girvan's had a bit of time to think, hasn't he, and a bit of time to get over the missed darts against Arron Monk that would have forced a decider in that match. So how will he respond to that one? Is he going to be able to take advantage of other players around him faltering and get an important 2 points in this one? Let's hand back over to Nico and Mace to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, it's well, we've reached that position, Paul, where it's a must-win game for both, but there's no draws here at the Super Series.
Yes, I'm very glad we don't have draws.
Don't want to give them ideas.
No, we shouldn't have draws. We'll just get rid of that little possibility right now.
Well, we used to have in the Champions League of darts, didn't it? It was a 10-leg match.
And Premier League darts, you could walk away with a 6-all result and both players, oh, okay, no winner. That's one thing I do like about Premier League darts at the minute.
First
is that
leg, it's Gavin to throw first.
And
game on.
It's great for the live audience, the new Premier League, because they get to see a winner every week.
And to all of our viewers in North America and around the world, I know they subscribe to the no draws thing like they do in ice hockey and basketball. And
16.
Draws in American football are very, very rare.
I thought you were on about my ex-wife.
85.
1-0.
Still a couple of days to go.
140.
Yeah, I don't like sport having draws. I think it's yeah, just you should have a winner.
Yeah, I agree, because
85.
earlier this season I had a super rare Saturday off, and I was at home thinking, oh, Newcastle are playing Brighton, and I'm about 25 minutes from Brighton. I thought, shall I get a ticket?
140.
And that is, I decided in my infinite wisdom to stay home and bake something. And I listened to the match and it was 0-0.
139.
Well, I'm very glad I baked the cake and had some bread instead. Seems like a long time since Newcastle had a 0-0 draw.
Gavin, you require
Brilliant
92.
to see as a neutral. Wonderful.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg. Gavin Carlin
is a 14-darter and a holder throw.
If Gavin can somehow
second leg is Nathan
drag his way through
game on.
this group, it would be nothing short of Herculean.
It would be incredible.
He's been at the bottom of the table since the first round.
Yep.
If you look at yesterday's results, he lost 4-0 in round 1, so he's been at the foot of the table since the end of game 3. Now, if he was to get to second, he's not going to make the top. This would be the most ridiculous turnaround, maybe in Super Series history.
Well, he nearly did it on Wednesday, of course. He was foot of the table and then won 4 out of 5 matches.
Better timing there, less body movement, lovely delivery, and a first maximum for Girvin.
And a little bit of
123.
Breathing space. Although
Nathan, you require 81.
Special. Double 13.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Clinical
second
from
line.
Girvin, a
Nathan
12-dart response.
He's going to need a fair few of those to get his way through this group as well. He's still very much in the
Third
hunt.
lag, it's Gavin the throw
He's going to need
first.
legs like that
Game on.
in
Yeah.
9 days.
He's got to win this match. Or his campaign
140.
is over this week.
I'm just going to chuck a few more names at you from the current world rankings to see who may be gracing the Super Series next year.
85.
And maybe some of the players that would benefit from having this kind of match exposure, game on game, just to
100.
rekindle something. Max Hopp of Germany.
Yep.
He is not going to be at the World Championship via the PDC Europe Super League because that was won by Florian Hempel.
78.
So he'll have to go through the PDPA qualifier if he is going to be at the World Championship. Someone like Steve West, who does have to have surgery on his injured hip.
100.
What a great place to do your sort of rehabilitation back.
On top of that, we mentioned John Henderson. What about Jeffrey Desvon?
100. Gavin, you require
Yeah,
161.
Incredible. He'd light the place up.
You can hear the producers
58.
thinking the moment someone like that is not on tour. When are you playing?
Yeah. Again, Nathan's been cut adrift in this
60.
leg.
Gavin, you require 103.
Bit like a Viking funeral, maybe. Carlin looking to
61.
set things on fire.
Good recovery.
$100. Gavin, you require 42.
10 for double 16 or 2 for tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
I
Gavin
find it quite
Carlin.
mystifying that he's at the bottom of the table, you know.
I know.
He's played some good stuff this week. And if you look at the way his darts are going in the
Forward leg,
board,
it's Nathan to throw
he's not missing
first.
targets by
Game on.
massive margins. He's just been very, very unfortunate. It hasn't clicked for him at the right times. But not only has he got an absolutely gorgeous barrel that he uses right there. I absolutely adore these things. But he delivers them with such freedom. He's so great to watch.
Yeah. Lost a lot of games 4-3 and walked into some monstrous performances as well.
137.
Sometimes it's just not your week.
Yep.
60.
You can't come here and win every week. You can't be someone who always makes the Saturday. Not everybody's Josh Pean,
51.
who has a 100% hit rate when it comes to making Saturdays.
Yeah, that is phenomenal. Even when he's got off to like a bad start, he
100.
just puts it right every time.
It almost feels predictable that Conan's going to make Saturdays at the minute. He's got that much confidence. But
Playing with
117.
so much freedom.
I would
belief.
be. In fact, I'm gonna say something right now, which I can't believe I'm gonna say this. Conan Whitehead does not
41.
make Saturday
Nathan,
night
you
this
require
week.
56.
At some point, I will wear in Super Series 2 a Baltimore Ravens shirt.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg.
That's how sure I am.
14 dart hold this time.
Fifth
Nathan,
leg,
he's
it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
103.75. He's given it absolutely everything.
58.
I think Nathan lost his bearings there.
And I think he dropped his dart off the stage.
It's one of the reasons why they put mesh over the smoke machines for Saturday night.
We don't want
because-
another Burton.
No, we do not want another dart under the stage.
42.
I might have just altered Nathan's concentration for a few seconds. He's just got to take a few deep breaths and figure things out now.
42.
This is the first opportunity to really pounce on a poor start to the leg from Carlin.
You got any funny stories about people who may have had some sort of stage mishap?
125.
Yeah, the best one was Jamie Harvey playing in the World Pairs with Keith Deller, and they introduced this big
96.
uplighter on the stage, and everyone was warned about it. And guess who stepped into it and fell down the hole Jamie Harvey, and the noise of this huge bulb going bang.
100.
And it's on YouTube. It's absolutely brilliant.
I remember a county game between Northumberland and Berkshire in the Northern Club in Ashington, and there was a male player called I forget his first name, but he was called Mr. Keane.
134.
He underestimated the size of the stage and he fell off it. And it's quite a tall stage. It was about 7 foot tall.
Oh my goodness! And
after that, he got the nickname Kamikaze.
134.
It's called Kamikaze Keane for as long as we knew him.
Tops.
60.
Oh, he's got to
Gavin,
keep his
you
fingers
require
crossed here.
71.
But the finishing, 2 out of 3 so far from Carlin. Oh dear.
Just a matter of time before he hits this.
Yeah,
there you go. He's been finishing really well today.
What a dart that was at double 16. It may have looked pretty routine for those of you watching.
6 flag is Nathan to throw
so
first.
I tell you, that was the smallest of adjustments, and he had to move.
And that is one of the beautiful things about his darts, because of the taper towards the end. He can be ridiculously close to that bed and still have plenty of room to find it. If you look at his finishing stats for the day, they don't lie.
135.
So, first game against Monk, which was a finishing masterclass, he had 100%, but he had 2 double-double finishes in there and still lost.
128.
It's a bit more of a sign of the kind of thing he's been running into. He won against Martyn Turner with 44%, which is more than competent. He's got 60%
57.
in this game. And Nathan Girvin hasn't missed a double.
Oh, when you look at the averages,
44.
Nathan, prior to that visit, was on 102.
$59.
Got one more point to make about people dropping off tour and possibly coming to the Super Series. What about someone making a return to the Super Series? Someone who was involved at home. Talked about Scott Mitchell.
140. Nathan, you require 170.
He was destructive when we played from home.
Absolutely brilliant. It's just not happened
140.
for him since getting a card, but prior to that, some of the numbers he was putting in.
How about this for a number? Tops.
Game.
Finishing brilliance from Gavin Carlin, who has found his way to 6 points alongside Nathan Girvin now. When we look at the table, when we come back after the break, it's going to make for a really interesting story behind Arron Monk on 14 points, because there are so many players on around about the same number. There is going to be a peloton behind Monk. He's safe, but everybody else could still qualify. What a great game that was for Carlin, but look at Girvin, 99.94, and he lost with 100% checkout percentage. That's just the way it goes in darts sometimes. Don't go far. Round number 4 is coming your way after this.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And a reminder, you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv, and you can be here as soon as tomorrow night to enjoy finals night. But back here in Group C, trying to join Arron Monk and Colin Osborne in finals night, we do have that race ongoing, and Gav Carlin has just picked up a crucial 2 points to keep his hopes alive, beating Nathan Girvin by 4 legs to 2 in that one. A real high quality game of darts, wasn't it? Really excellent quality from both players in that one. A 12-dart hold in there from Nathan Girvin as well. But for the second successive game, Nathan Girvin on the losing end despite having the higher average. And of course, in that match, not missing a dart at double, but it was clinical from Carlin as well, wasn't it? 4 out of 6 on the outer ring for him. But Nathan Girvin, as you can see, an average just shy of a ton in that match. But we can take a little look at the league table. As I said, Arron Monk already through to finals night. He sat top of the table on 14 points, but that chasing pack, it's incredibly congested, isn't it? Gav Carlin now joining Turner and Girvan on 6 points, and any one of those 5 players can still progress through to finals night. It's Arron Monk against Tony Wood up next for you this afternoon. Arron Monk, of course, treated us to some superb performances already today. A 160 in, well, what was arguably the game of the day so far against Carlin. Monk already through, and it wouldn't be surprising, would it, if his level drops off slightly, knowing that he is already through to finals night. But then again, nothing's really surprising with him. He could go and pin a 9-darter. We just do not know what to expect from him. As for Tony Wood, well, he can make himself one of the favourites to qualify through with Arron Monk if he's to pick up 2 points in this one and get back to winning ways, of course. Let's hand back over to our commentary team to see how this one unfolds.
This one is getting very interesting, isn't it, Abby? Because we all thought at the start of the day, with Tony Wood in second position and Painter closely following, that maybe they would be the ones battling it out to join Arron Monk. Well, Arron is safe with 2 games to spare. He will win this group, but by how much? And he now has a chance to affect what happens to other people. Arron will have 1 game against Tony and a final game against Martyn Turner, and both are trying to nick that second position.
It's not a nice run-in. Arron
First leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game
will
on.
play this one, and as you said, 1 more against Martyn, and Tony's running against Arron and against Gavin Carlin, who is on the crest of a wave right now.
We have to talk about leg difference, because it was illustrated
40.
on our table just before this match began, but Monk at the top on +12. That doesn't really mean anything now because he's safe. But there are 6 legs separating the 5 other players.
59.
And Gavin Carlin at the basement of the table at -6. One of the reasons for that is that he lost 4-0 twice yesterday. Once to Tony Wood and once to Martyn Turner. So,
43.
I just get the feeling that if Carlin is going to do the Lazarus act, as Sid Waddell would say, he may have to find a couple of massive results.
57.
I'm talking 4-1s or 4-0s.
Yeah, it's all about looking at who the players have in the run-in, and where do you find those 4-0s? Gavin Carlin's playing Kevin Painter. That could go all the way.
180.
Tony finds the first max. By the way, Arron won this tie 4-1 yesterday.
134.
Martyn Turner and Nathan Girvin are playing each other in match number 12. And then Nathan has Kevin Painter to play. This is a woeful run-in.
41.
At which point do we get out the duster and dust off the Super Series abacus?
Well,
140.
if Tony doesn't win this one big, he puts himself in big trouble.
Yeah, and then Painter has the chance on 8 points with the game in hand to get himself to double figures.
Because currently they're both on 0 leg difference,
Arron,
so
you require
they would go on to that. Not only the 2 points, but it's the plus in the leg difference.
The two players on 8 points in Wood and Painter have got
48.
a much better position, obviously. But by not surrendering points to another person who has a chance, they are definitive Super Series 4-pointers.
Yeah.
Now,
exactly
Tony Wood right now is thinking, why on earth have I left 159?
127. Arron, you require
I can't answer that for you, Tony. Oh, Arron was going 25 double 19 for 63. He's just trying to figure it out himself. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, Tony's still behind
43.
him with a confused
Tony,
look on his face.
32.
I think the personification of being frazzled was right there. This is a very difficult dart for Tony.
Yeah,
Small window of opportunity, but
Tony
right
Wood.
through the posts. What a lovely kick that was. And it's 1 point Wood.
Second leg, it's Arron to throw first.
Well,
game on.
there's one kicker in the NFL who was better than everybody else.
Is that like a wooden leg?
There's a guy at the Baltimore Ravens, funny enough, called Justin Tucker.
125.
He's got the most ridiculous consecutive record of consecutive extra points and field goals. And it's just borderline silly. But that dart was just as good as a Justin Tucker 60-yard field goal. It was brilliant.
Arron Monk going for 25 on
139.
He almost got what he deserved there.
He should know not to leave double 19 because he had a love-hate relationship with it yesterday. He had a 158 out, but after that, double 19 might as well have been
60
in Babylon. He was never going to find it.
Good response here, though. And the thing is, I understand the idea that you sort of take your foot off the gas, but it's just about having that winning mentality. And if you lose your last two games, the memories going into tomorrow night are negative ones.
140.
That not every sports journalist believes in momentum, but I think you've got to keep a good, positive mindset. The winning mindset of, well, it's exactly what Conan Whitehead's doing. He wants to win every game because it's a great habit.
From winning the last one and then continues it on. That's not momentum personified. I don't know what is.
Single 18 for the second consecutive leg. He's left
20.
himself a double from an impeccable approach.
Yeah, that's game short in a second leg. Arron Monk.
But the point is moot. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
One thing to say about Tony Wood's performance yesterday was that he did tail off in the middle.
123.
But by the end of the play, he started to find it again, didn't he? He'd love that to happen again.
Yeah, I was chatting to him about that very thing this morning. He said he just sort of
44.
Lost concentration. He's on debut, of course. There haven't been that many more that I've been as impressed with, especially the time away from the game as well at this level under the lights.
If he does make Saturday night, what kind of shirt's he going to wear? He might even have a two-piece on. He might even have the trousers to match.
134.
Like one of them mobsters from the 60s.
Like Sopranos.
Yeah. I
62.
think he's staying over anyway, regardless. So he'll be in the building tomorrow. If you want to be, get on dartshop.tv and get your ticket reserved. They're free of charge.
Yeah, if you want to get your photograph taken with a very floral shirt, get yourself along. I'm sure Tony wouldn't mind.
Well, it's not like Club Tropicana, but the shirt is when the drinks aren't free.
81.
I like that segue. That was really good.
Every now and again, Nico, every now and again, the old brain starts to work.
100.
I wonder what Aaron's favourite Wham song would be. Probably Wham Rap. Or
Oh,
I'm Your Man.
That was... that was terrible, wasn't it? Wham Rap.
There was a pop version
58.
of a protest track at the government.
83.
And it was very well received by the working class. Double 16 for Arron Monk. From the angle.
67.
Gives Tony a little bit of a chance.
136.
Oh, hold the phone. Oh, that is picture perfect.
Yeah,
How
that's
good
game
was
short of
that?
the third
Arron
round.
Monk right now
Tony
is
Wood.
thinking, how dare you do that to me? But there were 3 pure darts, no deflections,
Forward
no
leg, it's Arron to
interference.
throw first.
Just brilliant.
Game on.
Well, the second dart was placed in that side of the treble 20 bed.
And I think about some of the players that I've played
93.
Super League against over the years in the northeast of England. I think about, the slightly older guys who taught me a few things and just their deliberate mentality and just how hard they were to beat. I think about players like Tony, players like Dave Hurst from Cumbria, Matty Willis from Bedlington. He always used to turn up with an impeccable quiff. It looked like it was made with crisp and dry.
80.
Just really slow, really gentlemanly, and he would beat you. And then top my list of people who I used to love running into before he passed away, Ian Willis.
134.
Ian Willis.
Yes, yeah, lovely guy. Yeah, I remember Ian well. Had many a tungsten tussle with Ian.
100.
One thing you can do today, if you need reminding, is that life is short, and we should always value the people that we've seen on the way through. All part of the journey.
121. Arron, you require 128.
Been great to see Tony this week, and I'm really happy that he's having a successful week so far, but the week is not done yet. Still got a job to do.
52.
Still got ambition
Tony,
at the age of
you require
55.
106.
You can see Arron just peering over his shoulder. He knows he's in a bit of bother.
We'll see, it would have been if treble 18 would have found the target. Another gentleman of the game as well from years ago, Phil Nixon.
Yeah. He was really funny as well.
74.
Made my England debut with him.
Arron, you require 76.
7 Maestro. This corner of the board again.
Yeah,
This
that's
time
game
he's
short of the
successful and
fourth
it's
line.
2-2.
Arron
And
Monk.
you can see he doesn't want to lose today. He is undefeated,
Fifth flag,
3 wins
it's
from
Tony to
3.
throw first.
You would love me
Game
to
on.
say, after his game with Martyn Turner in game 14, 5 from 5.
Yeah, putting out a bit of a statement, sending a message to Conan. You're not the only one that can go through the card.
140.
He's winning legs in this match so far, 13 and 15 for Arron.
Have you read Shane Burgess's book, Everybody Gets 15
Yeah, I
Quid?
have.
47.
Did you have a bit of a chuckle?
Yes, I thought it was brilliant. And it, of course, I was part of that whole era, so it was all very apt and brought back some fabulous memories.
Did your red trousers fit?
Barely, but the best one ever regarding
80.
trousers, we're down at the Eastbourne Open, me and Shane, and you could wear jeans all day until it got to the latter stages and the stage finals, and we were both in I think it was the semi-finals.
140.
So I played my match, come off, and had to give Shane my trousers, and obviously Shane's a fair bit shorter than me, and then I had to put his jeans on while he played, and fortunately for both
44.
of us, I lost in the semi-final and he won. So I had to sit around in his jeans that sort of just, well, they were like ankle swingers on me.
100.
That's very funny. And one of the players that Shane mentioned in his book was a guy called Steve Raw.
Yeah.
And he went over to the United States and played a few tournaments over there with him.
Well, I got to the final of the World Pairs with Steve Raw, of course, back in the 90s.
He had a very unusual action, didn't he? Where
He
he
did.
prod the dart away from his head and then push it through the air.
He used to land like tailors.
97. Tony, you require 137.
We're talking about the history of the game, and
Well,
one day, maybe in 20 years, people will be talking about this.
Yeah, well, you just meet so many characters, don't you, and so many different personalities.
97.
I think it
Tony
would be really
Wood's
nice.
just-
It'd be really nice for somebody to sit down with Tony Wood and just get his story and just see what he's been through over the last 20, 30
We
years.
used to do a tour together of Canada. And we'd be over there for 3 weeks at a time. We used to do
36.
Montreal,
Tony, you
Saskatoon,
require 40.
Toronto. The laughs we had, you could imagine. There was probably a group of, I don't know, maybe 12, 15 of us.
That's game short in the
And
fifth lap.
we were
Tony
reminiscing of all the great times. But Tony Wood here, he just will not go away, will he?
It's
Six
like sand in your
targets, Aaron the
socks.
throw
It
first.
just isn't
Game
going
on.
away. And no matter how much you try and shake him, he's still there.
He's now 3-2 up and 1 away. Inflicting the first defeat on the day
100.
for Arron Monk.
Well, what this would do, if he wins, is put Martyn Turner, Nathan Girvin and Gavin Carlin in the corner. Because they would have to get 2 wins from their final 2 games to get on the same points as Wood.
140.
It would put him very much in the chairman's chair for the second position in the table.
Nathan and Martin have to play each other, of course.
190.
It's an eliminator, effectively. But Arron could still do those guys a favour by pegging Wood back.
We're almost getting to elimination darts.
Or as Matthew Edgar would say, the elimination chamber.
180.
Well, that is like a steel chair to the back of Arron Monk. He's doing it again. He's finding some of his scoring again towards the end of the
60.
session. This could well be the first defeat of the day.
He's got
For EM.
6 from 181 to get the job done full 2.
He's going to stay up top when I personally think the switch was calling there.
59.
Again, probably final dart at the ball. Would, left a finish that doesn't
94.
require the bullseye.
Tony, you require 122.
418s in bull.
I wouldn't put it past him. He's had a 136 in this match. That's awkward.
He's going to have to be Chris Akabusi to get over this hurdle. I could have gone really hipster there with the athletics reference and said Samuel Matete. Excellent runner.
54.
Very, very fast.
Aaron, you require
Great over
128.
hurdles
Not
as
too many
well.
faster than Colin Jackson over the hurdles.
That was Tony Wood
43.
in the final straight.
Tony, you require 68.
He's going to be one. He's going to think he's Peter Elliott. Great 800-meter runner from the past. If he can find 17 in the bull. Well, that for double 8. It's his first match dart. This is to get him to double figures in points. To be the first person to defeat Arron today.
52.
Maybe he thought about that just a bit too much.
Yeah, it was
Aaron, you
a bit too
require
much
85.
thinking time.
No shot at double on an 85 checkout. You've got a dart to throw before you collect them.
66 left.
You can see how frustrated he is.
26.
Abby mentioned that
Tony,
maybe
you
the
require
knowledge that he was
16.
already qualified, it just does something strange to the body sometimes.
Well, it takes the edge off, doesn't it? Removes the intensity.
Oh,
score.
but the score is bust, and that's now
Arron, you
3
require
match starts missed in 2
59.
visits, and Monk can take us the distance. Not a great single, but it's good enough.
Yeah,
He's
that's
found double
been
10.
short in the 6th line.
He's trying to keep that
Arron
undefeated
Monk.
streak alive.
7-10
One-leg
final
shootout
leg.
with
It's
Wood
Tony to
throwing
throw
first.
Game on.
Multiple match starts for Tony. What effect will that have?
100.
Don't worry, there's not a board to the right of Arron Monk. He's just popping in a few ghost throws.
I was at the PDC Pro Tour doing the last 2 events of the season, covering a match between Damon Heta and Devin Peterson. And in the background, Devin was doing exactly that. And I got a snapshot from a fan on Twitter, which made it look like Devin was actually poking the dart into Damon's ear.
123.
Of course, you're not allowed to do that. That's very dangerous, and you should never do that anyway. It's a great 140, though, to get himself back in this leg. He's still a dart behind, and Wood has the throw, but any mistake, and Arron could be back in this leg.
Damon Hatton, he's another one that is on my short list for the Worlds.
60.
I'm going to stop backing him at the World Championship. The last time I did, he was done in the first round by Danny Baggish.
100.
Nothing in the averages, both hovering around 90.
It's been a good stoic game, this one. Lacking in mistakes, but maybe the only mistakes
100.
by Wood will be temporary and give him more chances to take the points. The fact that this is a close game just makes the rest of the games for the day
99.
even more exciting.
Tony, you require 118.
Win it in some style. There's the treble 20. Here's the single 18. Once tops. Gets
Game,
tops.
Shot.
And
a
Tony
match.
Wood with a
Tony
15
Wood.
dart hold prevails in what was a very, very enjoyable match to watch. When you look at the scoring in it, scores between a ton and 139, 12-11 to Tony. The 140s 4 apiece and 2-1 in the 180 column in favour of Tony Wood. 40% on the doubles and that brilliant high finish of 136. And Tony Wood keeps himself in the mix. Up next, Kevin Painter against Gavin Carlin.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Tony Wood has just recorded a crucial victory over the man who is already through to finals night in Arron Monk to keep alive his chances of qualifying through to finals night. It was a 4-3 win for him in the end. Paul Nicholson alongside me. He seems to be pulling things out of the bag when he really needs to. That 118 check out there to get over the line, absolutely sublime.
Yeah, he's getting himself a bit of a reputation for doing that. The 144 yesterday for 2 crucial points against Martyn Turner. The 136 in that game was huge for him, and the ability to get another shot for the match at the very end there and just get it done, that's a great quality to have.
Yeah, and always when his opponent's on a more makeable outshot as well, which really is a kick in the teeth, isn't it? We can take a little look at the league table then, with 5 more matches still to be played in this group. It is still very congested up there, but advantage Tony Wood at the moment. Kev Painter is up next. He's got Gav Carlin and then Nathan Girvin to play. Whose chances do you fancy?
Well, at this stage, you've got to fancy either Painter or Wood are going to get through, because it's looking pretty dire for the bottom 3 on 6 points. There's 2 games left for those guys. If they don't win both, they've got no hope at all. It's going to be a case of whittling things down over the next few games, and things are going to get a bit more transparent.
Yeah, and as for Nathan Girvin, I know he's sat 5th and we've talked about him an awful lot, but he's put in some good performances. His last 2 games, he's had the higher average, lost both of them. It must be pretty hard to not feel down about your chances.
Yeah, I think with him being only 20 years of age, he's gaining experience, but at that age you want to win everything you do, right? And you can't escape the fact that there are so many monitors around this place that you see when you go back to the practice room, oh, I had the bigger average by 8-9 points there and I still lost it. It is a bit of a sucker punch, but if you can just accept the fact that you didn't win the match, and it doesn't really matter about the stats, just got to win those vital battles in the middle of the game and towards the end. If you can start doing that, it could be points coming his way.
And you mentioned vital points. Kevin Painter's last match lost 4-0 to Arron Monk. Interestingly, came up here onto the balcony and just took himself away from the situation for a little while. That's quite a sensible thing to do, isn't it?
Absolutely. Great experience from Kevin. He always seems to do the right thing post-match. He's not going to rush into a situation and do the wrong thing. So just taking a bit of a time out is the right thing to do. But now the mission is different. Instead of having that advantageous leg difference, he's now got to get it back.
Yes, indeed. Gav Carlin, of course, doing an incredible job to haul himself back into the race, but it could all be in vain if Kevin Painter's to get the 2 points in this one. But a word on Gav Carlin, that resilience that he's shown today when we all thought he was completely out of the race. Really impressive from him. Again, something that he did in Group A as well.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he's getting a bit of a reputation this week of just giving himself so much to do. But if you just look at the amount of good performances he's putting in, he's in good form. But I mentioned athletics in the last match. It's almost as if he's just got too much to do in the last 100. If he's got a sprint finish and he's able to do this, my word, it'll be some effort.
Yeah, I'd rather him do the sprint finish than me, I will say. But let's get into this one then. 5 matches remaining for you. Kev Painter against Gav Carlin. Mace, back over to you.
Thanks, Abby. And KP won't have fond memories of this tie yesterday against GC, because it was 4-1 to the man from Derry. He averaged 90.91 and took out that beautiful 101 finish to wrap things up. As it stands, Tony Wood on 10 points plus 8. Kevin Painter with 2 to play on 8 points and no leg difference. It is a must-win game. Martyn Turner against Nathan Girvin up next, and that will complete our 4th cycle of games, and then
First leg,
all the players will have one more to play.
Game on.
We are none the wiser, really, on who's going to take that 2nd spot in the table and join Colin Osborne in tomorrow night's final. And don't forget,
85.
we return this evening with the conclusion of Group B, where a further 3 players will be added, which will give us our 6 for the final. You've not joined us before.
13.
That final will see the 6 players divided into 2 groups of 3. They will play each other once. The top 2 will
93.
confirm our semi-finals. And then, of course, it's just straight knockout darts. The winner will take £5,000. The
135.
runner-up, 2,500. More importantly, the winner is in the mix for week 13, where it will be Series 2 of
85.
Champions Week, but the winner takes away £20,000, £41,000 in prize money alone for
49.
Champions Week. You can join us every Saturday night here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Plenty of
140.
hotels within walking distance if you're not local to the Portsmouth area. Lovely little Italian up the road, so you can have a bit of pre-darts.
Gavin, you require 98.
Bit of a pre-darts meal. We went there last night, didn't we, Nico?
Yeah, it was very, very nice.
I don't know what it is what
58.
you had, but I had it a couple of weeks ago. It's beautiful, isn't it? Bit of chicken, mushrooms, nice creamy sauce,
59.
bit of garlic
Gavin,
in
you
there.
require 40.
You're making me hungry.
It's that time of day, isn't it? Oops.
Missed the plate. Scraps.
8. Gavin, you require 160.
Oh, Gavin has been the master of the double out today.
Bungastea or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, Bungastai or something like that.
Bungastea, something like that, yeah.
I've never heard of it, but
60. Gavin, you
It worked.
require 32.
Yeah, we all had a bit of a food coma coming out of there.
does this work for Kevin as he's gone back to the traditional barrels?
No score.
Well, that one's been dragged way
Gavin, you
left.
require 100.
And he's just second-guessing himself. We know how good Carlin is at
60.
these kind of finishes. You can't believe that's
Gavin,
not
you
gone in after
require
finding the
32.
treble. 2 at tops for 1-0 and a break.
Trying to do the Tony Wood on the double 8.
24.
And he gets it through the posts, but doesn't
Gavin,
find
you
the back of the
require
net.
40.
Round the houses.
No
Oh.
score.
Not one
Gavin, you
dart there.
require
Found
8.
the section that he was going for. A real ragged one from the cannon.
Twos never lose.
Yeah, that's game
Oh,
short
it's
of
in.
the first leg. Gavin
Great
Painter.
dart. And hallelujah. That's the right place to say that.
Yeah, we are in a church.
Second leg, it's Gavin to throw
That was
first. Game
Far
on.
from heaven, more like hell.
What's your food heaven in hell?
One
Well, I love fish, but I'm allergic to it. I did tell you the story that I thought, well, maybe I've grown out of my allergy, and I decided to have some fish, and then was at home and started to feel unwell. So I rang up my local hospital and tried to explain best I could on the phone, and they said, "Oh,
45.
we'll send an ambulance out for you." So a night in hospital, but hell would probably be jelly deal.
100.
Heaven would be, well, you know, don't you? What my heaven is pate and a bit of sourdough and a nice glass
95.
of vino, or a chicken tikka madras, or both actually.
I like a definitive answer. My food hell
135.
It's a cinnamon bagel.
I'm not a cinnamon fan.
No, it's too pungent, and it's just not nice.
140.
One meal, what would it be?
Ossobuco with a saffron risotto
65.
It's
Gavin,
an
you
Italian
require
dish
100.
with veal and saffron risotto. It's unbelievably
Just
comforting.
thinking about beef
Yeah, that's
Wellington
game
as
short
well.
in the
That's
second leg. Gavin
an
Carlin.
ultimate meal. Oh, beef Wellington. Oh.
Third leg,
Chateaubriand.
it's Gavin to throw first.
We need to start
Game
talking
on.
about darts, Chris, because that was a great leg.
Yeah, I meant to be going to the gym, not out for a ruby.
14 darts there for Carlin.
118.
The landscape of what we're seeing here is very, very simple. Because if Kevin Painter wins this game, Gavin Carlin can't qualify.
100.
Correct.
Keeping it nice and simple. Martyn Turner plays against Nathan Girvin next, and the loser of that game is out. So we are starting to eliminate people one by one. Painter is starting to put things together one by one.
140.
Yeah, if Kevin wins, even if it's just by the odd leg, he will go on to 10 points plus 1, identical with Tony Wood. Tony has Gavin Carlin to play, while Painter has Nathan Girvin. Nathan, to even
96.
be in the mix, has to win
66.
his next match against Martyn Turner. And to be honest, it's got to be 4-0 or 4-1.
Where's this leg come from?
48.
Darts can be mystifying. And he could have had an 11 darter there, but...
Well, that's what makes it even more frustrating. Because you'll be feeling like, I'm throwing them exactly the same. Why am I... What's going on? Single 19 leaves 32.
Yeah, Gavin's thinking, why did I leave myself
25
on 165?
18.
Double 9. Nobody likes double 9.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Gavin Painter.
Wasn't there somebody yesterday? It was Martyn Turner who couldn't miss double 9. I don't think he did miss it.
I don't think so.
Fourth leg is Gavin to throw first.
Gavin didn't miss it, and he's got the lead.
14 darter to go with the 14 darter in the previous leg.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? Because 2 14 darters in 3 legs, and the averages are only in 86 and 78 range. It just goes to show how scratchy that first leg was.
Yeah, well, there's been 13 darts missed at a double by Painter alone, 4 by this man.
140.
That's what can throw you off. One leg can affect the averages so drastically
40.
that if you just looked at the numbers, you go, oh, that wasn't a very good game. But if you watched it and watched the next possible 5 legs, they could have all have been of the highest quality.
96.
It was fascinating to hear from Conan Whitehead last night, wasn't it, when he was talking to Abby in the early hours about how he hadn't spent any of the money that he won from winning Super Series 1. It was all going towards the new baby, and he'd got Shirley a new car, and a completely selfless interview. He just said, I just want to play darts. I just want to win. Winning is my currency. And why is Gavin constantly leaving 165? It's annoying me.
95.
It's not going to burn him this time.
42. Gavin, you require 70.
Poor leg from KP on the Gavin Carlin throw. Gavin won't mind as long as he wins and as long as he holds.
Single 1 or a 9 will do.
30.
That'll do. If you'd have won Super Series 1, would you?
81.
Anything
Gavin,
earmarked that you would have
40.
treated yourself to?
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Gavin Carlin.
I'm out for a new. I'm looking for a new suit. So maybe
Fifth leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
Maybe a new boss suit.
I was going to say, what kind of suits do you buy for £20,000?
Well, I won't be spending it all on a suit.
Can you imagine what kind of suit Kevin would buy to go with those shoes?
It could have gone into the Bentley fund, though.
I didn't know John Rowling was selling his Bentley.
140.
No, he's got a Rolls Royce, isn't he?
No, it is a Bentley.
Is it a Bentley? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lovely old Bentley. Yeah, I want one of the
43.
The newer ones. I will have one, but
you will be mine.
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, I want a Continental.
Oh, better get you in Super Series 2 and 3 then.
And 4 and 5. Best get no one else in it.
I remember when Kevin got himself some money from darts, and he got a lovely Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, it was a beauty.
69.
Really loved that car.
Yeah. I remember he had a Calibra as well back in the day. He's always had nice cars, this Kevin.
Oh, that's a beautiful visit there from Gavin.
And it's on the Painter throw. Misery mounts for KP.
84. Gavin, you require 121.
Things are turning. Oh, look, a bullseye hit when a 25 was needed.
13.
That's happened a lot over the last couple of days.
Well, there's 20 points in the averages at the moment. Gavin Carlin on
52.
93.
Gavin require 8.
Gavin Painter on 73.
Honestly, I am so close to getting the abacus out.
Yeah, that's
It's
game
now
short in the
3-2
fifth
Carlin
one.
via that
Gavin
13
Carlin.
darter. At times in this game, we've seen some astonishing stuff.
Well, that's hence why the averages is
6 targets. Gavin
so
the
high
throw
for Gavin,
first.
because
Game on.
despite that indifferent opening leg, some of his winning legs in this match have been outstanding.
21.
Well done, Mace.
Commentator's curse on the old 2 single ones visit.
100.
But surely everybody knows in that practice room, 'cause it's been quite a boisterous practice room over the last couple of mornings and afternoons. They'll know what they've got to do.
140.
Painter's trying to keep pace with Tony Wood, who consequently told me as I was walking through the practice room just now that he's wearing his 9-dart shirt
80.
today. That's the shirt that he wore to get the 9-dart. It's probably because he blinded his opponent.
What's happened here to Carlin?
26.
21, a 140, followed by a 26.
There's a fine line between mediocre and magnificent.
81.
Let's look at a different scenario. If Carlin wins this game and he gets to 8 points, he will jump Girvin and Turner, but then will be joined by Girvin or Turner alongside
55.
Painter going into the end of
And
the campaign.
Tony.
I mean, I didn't envisage this happening this morning. I thought that maybe it'd be done and dusted by now.
I did. I thought 2 were of... Well, I expected Arron to pull clear, and then one of either Nathan,
80. Gavin, you require
Kevin,
100.
and possibly Tony.
This'll work.
Yep.
Didn't panic when he hit that
68.
single one. In previous times, he might have looked to the sky and said, why couldn't I just hit a single 20 there? But he just stuck to his task because he
95.
knows he's not
Gavin, you require
free rolling
32.
or anything right now. He's got to hit this. He's got to maintain composure. He had this shot earlier in the match,
16.
and he misses on the other side this time. So Carlin
Gavin,
has
you
the chance,
require
an
84.
unexpected chance, to finish the job. Double 12.
Game.
And just
shot,
like that,
and a match.
he plucks
Gavin
that leg
Carlin.
away from Kevin Painter and now joins him on 8 points, albeit with a inferior leg difference, but things have bunched up so tight in this table. Carlin has now gone to 4th position from the bottom. And remember, he's been at the bottom of that table since yesterday morning. So he is making a bit of a sprint to the finish, but he's going to need to beat Tony Wood in game 13. But before we get there, we've got Turner and Girvin battling for 2 points to join Painter and Gavin Carlin on 8 points. Don't go too far.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Gav Carlin has just kept his hopes of qualifying alive by getting the better of Kev Painter in that last match. Gav Carlin looked to be the one player without a hope of qualifying coming into today's action, but he has hauled his way back into the race in the most magnificent fashion. Some sublime darts from him in that one. 50% checkout success, 4 out of 8 on the doubles, and an average just shy of 89 in that match for Kev Painter. Well, it was missed doubles that really cost him. 16 missed at the outer ring in that match, and we can take a little look at what that does to the league table. Of course, this is all in Tony Wood's hands. If he wins his last match that he plays against Gav Carlin, then he will be the second player through from Group C. This next match, though, that we've got coming up for you, it's Martyn Turner against Nathan Girvan. No slip-ups allowed in this one if they are to keep their very faint chances of qualifying alive in this one. Things very much out of both of these players' hands, of course, coming into this one, but it is a must-win for both of them to keep their faint chances alive. As we mentioned a little bit earlier on, Nathan Girvan losing out in his last 2 matches, but he did have the higher average in both of them. Quite a sickening blow for the young Scotsman in those 2 matches. Who's going to keep their chances alive then, and who will be eliminated from the race? Let's find out and hand back over to our commentary team.
It could all be done and dusted in the next couple of matches. But we know that whoever loses this match will be the first person eliminated from Group C, and their passage through to the finals will be impossible. I don't know if anybody's actually realised what his nickname is. Martyn Turner. I didn't even know we could say that on live TV. You know what it is? I'll let you read it when he plays his last match against Arron Monk.
Throwing me under the bus, Nico? Thanks.
No, I didn't. I didn't want to go there, but we're not going to see much of him if he loses this game. I emphasise the if, because if Martyn can win this game against Nathan, he will eliminate his opponent and get himself into a decent position if, again, Tony Wood was to lose to Gavin Carlin.
Yeah. If Tony Wood wins his final match, which is in, well, it's match number 13, so following this one,
First
Tony
leg is
Wood wins that one, he moves on to
first.
12 points and can't be caught. Nathan will need not only win this one and win it big, he would then have to beat Kevin Painter big and hope the other results go his way.
96.
If I was in that practice room seeing the table the way it is, I'd just say to myself, right, now's the time to kick in. Let that adrenaline do its work and let's get to work.
27.
Yeah, and try and reel off some real big numbers and get some big wins.
140.
One thing's for sure, if you think about what Martyn did the first time he visited us in Southampton, he has improved.
Oh, massively. Absolutely massively.
140.
And if he is not to qualify over the next couple of games, then let me be the first to wish him the very best of luck in his quest to make Lakeside for next year, because I know how much that would mean to him.
Yeah, he's on the cusp, isn't he?
And that's somewhere that Nathan's played before. Not once, but twice.
Yeah, in the World Youth Finals.
98. Martyn, you require 170.
Got another one next Sunday.
86.
Well, Lakeside's
Nathan, you
been christened
require
the home of world darts,
136.
but some people like to joke about the fact that Minehead is the PDC's home of world darts because there's 2 majors there.
96. Martyn, you require 84.
We love a bit of Minehead though, don't we?
That's amazing. 5,000 people all jammed in there. And my favourite, of course, is the UK, really, because of the multi-board room and its throwback feeling to
that's game short in the
heady
first
days of
Nathan Girvan.
Bolton. And that's a 13 dart break of throw. And that's the start he needed.
Second
Needs
leg
to
is
build on
Nathan to
that.
throw first. Game on.
I've seen him do this over the last couple of days and then not back it up. This is much better.
100.
What he would give for a really, really big win. Something like the 4-1 that he had against Martyn yesterday, which was an excellent display, averaging 85. 44% on his doubles, but right now he's playing a little bit better than 85. I know it's early. I'm not going to put the average up. It's pointless.
60.
Well, that's just an indication to the start, isn't it? How quickly he's found the mark.
Well, if you think about Tony Wood, for example,
100.
in his game against Nathan in match 1 today, Tony was averaging 115 for the first couple of legs and didn't win another leg.
140.
It's all about taking those mini battles and letting it knit together into a win. And so far, so good for Nathan. This looks very good.
He won 4 on the spin against Tony, didn't he?
84.
Ended with
Nathan,
an
you
average
require
of
121.
91.7, 2 180s, and a high finish of 141. And this is for a 12.
103.
Sometimes when you have a bad dart at double 18, you'd rather go it in the 4 and leave 32 instead of 18.
59. Nathan, you require 18.
That is a dream guide, as long as you can
10.
find something that gets close to the barrel, but unfortunately he couldn't.
That's the danger of that 18 split, isn't it?
54. Nathan, you require 8.
You just sense that Martyn is tiring a little bit with this challenge getting ever so close. Double 4 is found and Girvin gets the ideal start.
Girvin.
If we look at his leg difference compared to his opponents, it's 3 between them.
Third
Turner on
leg, it's
+1,
Martyn to throw first.
Girvin on -2. The ideal result, of course, is 4-0, which would take Turner out of it, but would put Girvin on 8 points +2. That would be 6 legs ahead of Carlin. That would be 4 legs ahead of Painter. It would put Nathan into 3rd place, but still needing that favour from Carlin to beat Tony Wood.
99.
And I suppose a tight win it would have to be as well.
I think isn't Nathan on 6 -6?
92.
Why have I got 6 -6?
We'll double check it in a minute. I've got him on
67.
-2.
Well, at the start of the day, Nathan was on
84.
4 points -4. He won 4-2. It was on 6 -2, yeah?
40.
It's definitely on -2.
And he's right in the mix then with a big win here, isn't he?
100.
Yeah, you sense the urgency from all of the darts he's trying to deliver with real purpose.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
96.
Turner is just
Nathan,
clinging
you
on so
require
far.
85.
Girvin's getting so many opportunities to take legs.
999.
Yeah,
Hits
that's
it
game
this
shot
time.
in the third leg.
And that
Nathan
is a
Girvin.
15 darter, so 13, 18 and 15. He's averaging
Fourth
98.02.
leg, it's Nathan to throw first.
3-0 to the good.
Game on.
And has the darts for 4-0.
Now it's relevant for me.
Yeah.
98 average is very befitting the performance.
41.
But you can't slow down. Every leg is vital.
60.
Well, how often does this group come down to leg difference?
A remarkable amount of times in my experience. And we've had 11
100.
games today. 3 times it has been won by the person throwing first. And this could be
100.
another game that goes against the darts.
Yeah, that's so unusual in this format. I think it's around about 60%
60.
as a rule of matches are won with the throw. Not 60% today, that's for sure.
45.
Yeah, that stat's been turned on its head.
40.
It's all got a bit messy, but as long as Nathan stays with Martyn, if he makes a little error and he gets himself a 140 or something of
60.
2 treble likelihood, then he will be in the driving seat to get this one really early. Now, he doesn't like the lie, and I would get away from that immediately. Try the 19s here, and if you only get the single, go back to the 60.
Yeah.
It's a bit wobbly in that 60. I'm not sure he used the right player there. That was something that an experienced player would say,
84.
you know what, I'll sacrifice leaving 160.
Take your medicine.
Leave 161 minimum.
Yeah, take your medicine.
I think he's got away with it.
40.
He knows what he needs to do. You can just tell. That's a much better first start. So much purpose. And don't even dare go for the 20 here. So much peril. When he was looking up north there, I'm thinking, what are you doing? Go for the single 16 and leave tops for the match.
He does like double 18, though. That was a high-risk strategy
83.
there, wasn't it?
Nathan, you require 40.
Played it safe.
Common sense prevailed. But does he prevail? He thought that was in. This one could be.
20.
And almost was.
That was a well-thrown dart. Just
Martyn, you require 113.
finding the target. Treble 18. Treble 18 for tops.
73. Nathan,
The
you
weight of the dart
require
wasn't far off, but the
20.
line was a good 2 inches to his right. Double 5.
10.
That's 6 darts for the match missed. 6
Martyn, you
darts missed for a
require
4-0
40.
win, which would have been vital.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Martyn Turner.
Do we really need to say it? It was right in the corner.
Fifth
And I
leg,
get the
it's
feeling
Martyn to throw first.
that when Martyn threw that,
Game
he
on.
thought that might have been in double 15.
Yep. You know when it comes out of your hand, whether it's in or not, and sometimes you think, well, it's next door.
81.
See, now we're going to find out just how costly that leg could possibly be. This is where
60.
someone with a lack of experience might just lose their mind for about 5 minutes and be embroiled all of a sudden.
Well, all that's on your mind is
57.
that previous leg. Why am I still throwing here? And then you're not. It's different when you just go back to type and you start hitting 140s.
42.
But in this sequence so far, he's at 60 and 42. And that will just cement those
99.
negative thoughts.
Well, 399 after 6. I like the play when you've had a bad start on the 60. To go to the
45.
19s and give yourself a bit of a break from it just for a visit.
Agreed. What could have been 4-0 or should have been 4-0 is now going to become 3-2.
53. Martyn, you require 124.
We talked a little bit about
44.
how Nathan was probably watching Josh Rock play last night against MVG. Do you think Josh Rock's watching? Just trying to get a bit of information about his opponent for
40.
next week.
No.
Martyn, you require 80.
Just not bothered.
No, it's all about what Josh Rock does, not what, you know. If he plays to how we've seen him play, then that's all he has to worry about. I mean, it took an absolutely inspired
24.
MVG to defeat him, and that's as well as I've seen MVG, especially when he's been put under it for quite some time.
Well, Turner is looking
54.
to get within 1.
Martyn, you require 56.
He's got to be feeding off what he can see from his opponent right now. Double 12.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth leg.
And maybe with
Martyn
Josh
Turner.
Rock, because he's nowhere near as experienced as Nathan. When you think Nathan's been
Sixth leg,
playing
it's
on big
Nathan to throw
stages since sort of
first.
13
Game
years of
on.
age. But Josh Rock hasn't. Josh Rock is just, he has no negative baggage in his mind. It's all it is with him is
85.
positivity.
It's not often you see a 20-year-old having more experience than someone.
Yeah. And not just a little bit.
83.
You know, like you say, he's going to be playing his 3rd World Youth Final. He's played countless pro tours and
83.
won many open competitions. Won a dev tour as well this year.
99.
Scary thing is that Josh Rock, I hate to keep talking about him, but this is a fantastic point. He didn't actually
41.
win the Development Tour Order of Merit. Nathan Rafferty won it.
Yeah.
So times are pretty good for Northern Irish darts right now.
Times are all right for
41.
Development Tour players. They are, well, so advanced now. I think the top 6, is it, in the Dev Tour all have
60.
tour cards?
Yep. If Louis Williams stays inside the top 64 by the end of the Worlds, guess who else is going to have a card? Jurjen
41.
van der Velde. Someone who is a junior world champion from a few years ago. He has got a lot of potential.
What a year that
100.
Gian Van Veen's had. We've seen him in our old venue, of course, in Southampton.
Might be wise to get him here pretty soon, because I don't think he's going to fail at Q School. I think
80.
he's destined to
Nathan, you require
his way to the tour.
132.
Is Nathan destined for another bullseye? And double 16. Oh,
Game,
what a win
shot,
to get the
and
win.
a match.
He couldn't
Nathan
find double top,
Girvin.
double 5 or double 10, but to finish that one off, 132, it can't be done better than that. Magnetized the bullseyes and the 32 at the end, and he does get the win, and he eliminates Martyn Turner from Group C. Girvin still alive with 8 points and all square in his leg difference, and it will come down to the last round of matches, but it's in the hands of Tony Wood. He takes on Gavin Carlin after this short break, and if Tony Wood wins, he will be in Saturday night on his debut week.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've got one more round of games remaining for you in Group C, but we may only need one more game to determine who qualifies for finals night alongside Arron Monk. In our last game, it was Nathan Girvin who came through the winner in order to keep his faint chances alive of qualifying. He got the 4-2 victory over Martyn Turner in that one. We said before the game that things are out of Girvin's hand early on in that one. He did just about everything he possibly could. A 13-dart leg in there from him. 6 match darts missed to win the game 4-0, and Turner started to work his way back into the contest. Girvin eventually got over the line though with a sublime 1-3-2 finish, the sexiest outshot in the game, of course. We did hear Nico mention that the permutations are, of course, in Wood's favour. They could all be irrelevant if Wood gets the win in this next match. We can take a little look at the league standings, and it is Tony Wood who will qualify alongside Arron Monk if he's to pick up the 2 points in this next match. So what Nathan Girvin has just produced could all be in vain if Wood can pick up the points in this next match. He takes on Gavin Carlin, who's put in some inspired performances himself so far today, hasn't he? Really superb from him. The man starting the day on the bottom of the table and seemed like he had very little chance of progressing, but he's kept himself alive coming into this last round of games. Wood, of course, the 4-0 winner when these two met yesterday, and oh, what he'd give for the same scoreline here today. He'll know, like we all do though, that this is a very different Gav Carlin that he takes on in today's action. So then, can Tony Wood get the 2 points that'll see him qualify for finals night and join Colin Osborne and Arron Monk, or will Gav Carlin keep his hopes alive for a little bit longer? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Many thanks again, Abby. And it's all about Tony Wood this match because it's very simple for him. It's a simple final. A qualification game. Win and in. But as far as Gavin Carlin's concerned, he must win by 4 legs to 1 or better to stay in with a chance.
Normally you've got to be in it to win it. In this case, you've got to win it to be in it.
Well, maybe Tony's wearing the right shirt today because this is his lucky shirt.
First leg, it's Gavin to throw
This
first.
is the shirt that he hit his 9-darter in this year. So maybe he was programming his wardrobe to make sure that he was wearing the right shirt today. He might even wear it again tomorrow.
Well, he's in the perfect position. If you're at this stage and it's basically on you, if you win, that's it, and that's what you want. You don't want to have to worry about anything else going on around you. It's really,
81.
really simple.
What he would give for the same kind of performance that he had against Gavin Carlin yesterday. That was his debut game, 95.43 the average.
121.
An excellent 50% on the doubles as well. That might be good enough to get over the line, but like Abby mentioned, it's a very different Gavin Carlin today who's picked up 3 wins from 4.
And he's going to do what he did on Wednesday.
26.
It would really throw the cat amongst the pigeons. On Wednesday, Gavin Carlin won 4 out of 5.
If anybody's interested
96.
as to how we designate places based on performance, this is how it works in groups B and C and A for that matter, which is already in the books for the week. We separate the players by points won first, 2 points for a win, nothing for a loss. At the end of it,
100.
points first, then leg difference, then overall legs won. Then we talk about head-to-head record. So in Group C
80.
and Group B, the head-to-head record has to be 2-0 in your favour. Otherwise, it won't be used because it could be 1-1.
Yep.
Then after that, legs won in head-to-head matches. And overall average for player within the group, which would give our statistical
32.
genius Mark Walker a bit of a headache.
120.
Good luck with that.
I've seen times where it has come down to averages.
I know. Colin Osborne, wasn't it, on finals night? It was something like 0.0 something, and he was eliminated. He has a chance to put that right tomorrow night, the winner of Group
58.
A.
Gavin, you require
Wizard,
80.
another man from the northeast
Yeah, from the borough. Ooh, Gavin, saucy.
That's game shot.
Well, I'm not surprised, actually. That's his third double-double finish of the day.
Yep.
Second lag, it's Tony to throw
Has he been
first.
practicing with Arron Monk?
Game on.
Because that's the kind of thing he would do.
And they've all been tops.
One down, 3 to go. But he can't afford to lose more than one.
81.
He's a living highlight reel today with that 1-3-1 earlier.
The 140.
Keep doing that, Gavin. You're going to get yourself a new nickname. Tops Squared. It's not really got a ring to it, but I'm sure we can think of something else. Not even sure if Tony's got a nickname, actually.
26.
Oh, I don't.
I'm not calling him Woody. I'm not having that. Not like Luke Woodhouse.
No, I'm not just putting a Y on the end of everything.
58.
For a while, we called Luke Woodhouse Lockdown because he was the first to hit a 9-darter in lockdown. And I thought that was a great nickname for him, but he didn't embrace it.
Lockdown Luke.
Nothing wrong with that.
56.
No.
Well, everything wrong with lockdown, but not with Luke. If you have a nickname for Tony Wood, or if some of my friends in the Northeast actually know if he has a nickname, please let me know. I've already been summoned to the principal's office of Tony Wood earlier for mentioning Lee Borlam, because apparently I'm not allowed to do that.
80.
Because all he's been getting over the course of the last 24 hours are mentions from his friends in China. We're saying, why did you go and have to mention him? I'm sure I can think of somebody else to mention, if indeed he does make finals night. I'll keep some in reserve, though.
He's not settled thus far in this match.
42.
By the way, I'm reliably informed that Luke Woodhouse is called the Shed.
One
It's
on
gotta be a Dan
33.
Dawson terminology.
So far, so good for Gavin. It doesn't matter what Tony does here, because Gavin's on tops.
One on the end, 40.
You know what comes next.
Gavin, you require 40. Yeah, that's game shot in the second leg. Gavin Carlin.
Oh boy, this is getting so tight.
Third leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
I almost don't want to look at the numbers, because
one on
there's
the
a possibility
40.
that everybody will be looking at that last match between Kevin Painter and Nathan Girvin, and people could still be wishing for results. It's a good job I've got that list of permutations in front of me as to how they're
85.
separated, because at the end of match 15, in the time it takes me to get from here to speak to Abby, we might need that time to figure out who's actually
58.
through.
Well, if Gavin Carlin goes on to win this match 4-0, he will go on to 10 points and no leg difference. And Tony will be on 10 points minus 3. And then the final match is between Kevin Painter and Nathan Girvin.
59.
Potentially a 4-0 win for Nathan would also put him on 10 points and no leg difference. So then we'd have to have a look at, as you said, the legs won.
Somebody pass the paracetamol. This is like exam time all over again.
Or the abaci, isn't it? Did we work that out? That was the
abacuses.
Abacuses.
60.
This is a tennis match. I'd say avantage Carlin. That's if he was playing at the French Open. It's very much not egalite, which is
100.
Deuce. He's just got a lot of freedom about his throw all of a sudden.
134.
Same as yesterday.
Maybe a bit of payback to Tony Wood for gubbing him in that first game of Thursday. I love you. I know you love that word.
96. Gavin, you require 50.
Well, Tony's getting gubbed at the moment. Well, he's on tops.
This is for his 4th double top in this game.
Yeah, that's game short.
He's
in
hit
the
4
third
double
leg.
tops
Gavin Carlin.
in 3 legs.
We could make an entire
Forward leg,
highlight
it's
reel
Tony to
just of
throw
his
first.
top sitting
Game
today.
on.
Okay, it's got to the stage now where if Gavin leaves tops, it's Mike down. Just game over.
83.
He's proving that if you find a target that you like and you're hitting it, just keep leaving it. It just so happens it's a double that you can leave a lot.
100.
You sense that our referee, Marco Meyer, when Gavin's on tops, he's just inhaling and saying, game shot in the next leg.
Yeah, that's why it's still in the air.
123.
One thing we can say is that Tony Wood would be out at the expense of Gavin.
99.
He loses this leg. And he would plummet from 2nd position into the mire. Not that I'm a
59.
poet, but we out of the frying pan into the fire. Gavin chose not to go
60.
18s on 302, which is a bit of a suspect play, I would say. I don't think we've seen over the last couple of days somebody recover from 3-0 down.
60.
Does happen usually at least once a week.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
140.
So by that token, he's probably going to get a look at tops.
Double 11 tops. Double 11 tops.
Don't give him ideas. But treble 20, single 2 and tops for the perfect doubling performance to keep himself in with a shout.
36. Gavin, you
To
require
hand a bagel to
102.
Tony Wood, which is exactly what Tony handed him yesterday.
Ultimate payback.
There's the 60.
Game.
Oh,
shots,
wow.
And a match.
He's only gone and
Gavin
done
Carlin.
it. 100% on the doubles, but look at these statistics. The performance of 92.49 is a really good performance, but Tony Wood is out because, yes, it's 4 from 4, but let me illustrate something else. Gavin Carlin in that match hit 5 double tops out of 5 darts. An absolutely extraordinary display once again on that bed from one of Northern Ireland's best players. We will go into match number 14 next, and we will give you the permutations about the table when we return.
Well, from being in a commanding position to qualify for finals night, Tony Wood is now out of the running, having beaten 4-0 in that last match by Gav Carlin. A superb performance from Carlin in that one. As you can see, 100% checkout success, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, a 102 finish in there as well. Sublime from him in order to knock Tony Wood out of the run-in. Carlin proving once more that he is a very different player today than he was yesterday, eliminating Tony Wood then, who didn't even get a dart at a double in that match. Such was Carlin's dominance, an average of 92.5 in that one. And let's all take a breather. Let's take a little look at the table. Things are certainly not clear cut. The one thing we can confirm is, of course, Martyn Turner is out of the run-in, as is Tony Wood. If Nathan Girvin wins by 4 legs to 0, then he's in with a chance. It then comes down to legs 1 in that battle. Kev Painter, the same scenario if he wins by 4 legs to 2. Any better than that, and it'll be Kev Painter that does progress. All got it? No, neither have I. Anyway, that's where we stand at the moment. Our penultimate match, though, sees Arron Monk taking on Martyn Turner. It's been a very long day. Martyn Turner, one of 2 to beat Monk, of course, in Group C so far today. A win for him yesterday in this one, even though he did miss 11 darts at a double in that one. It was Monk's one game, of course, that he did lose during yesterday's play. Nothing at all riding on this match. Arron Monk has been the one player who could sit back and relax for much of today's action, knowing that he is safely through to finals night. It all comes down to that final game, the one after this one. But first, let's sit back and enjoy this one before we have to worry about those permutations, shall we? Lads, back over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, let's take a bit of a time out from this incredible race in Group C. One thing we do now know, like Abby mentioned, is that Martyn Turner is not going to qualify. Arron has. On top of that, Tony Wood has been eliminated because of that 4-0 disaster against Gavin Carlin, who is still in with the race. But because of all of the intricacies that we now know, Nathan Girvin is also out.
Yes. Go on. I can't do it.
Well, are you nominating me?
Yeah, I nominate Nico.
Right,
Go for it.
Let's let this match begin, and then we'll get into the thick of it, because it's pretty thick. It is coming down to not one of the permutations, but actually 3 of them to separate Nathan Girvin from the chasing pack.
First leg, it's Arron the
So let's get cracking with this
Game
one.
on.
The person at the foot of the table in Martyn Turner on 6 points, and the man at the top, Arron Monk, looking to finish on 16 points to win the table,
81.
which he's already done. So, here we go. Nathan can't qualify.
Hang on, deep breath.
Can I just get another one before we start?
48.
Before we go into the Nathan Girvin, Kevin Painter match, Nathan cannot qualify. Even if he was to beat Kevin by 4 legs to 0, that would put him on exactly the same as Gavin Carlin in leg difference and legs won, but he would lose out on head-to-head legs won. So that is situation number
99.
5 in the list of how we separate players. But as far as Kevin Painter is concerned, we do now know what
57.
he needs to do in the final game to progress.
4-1.
On legs 1, it must be 4-2 or better. If he does that, he will have 29 legs to
81.
Gavin's 28.
Wow. So, Gavin will be cheering on Nathan, because any Nathan win, and that puts
82.
Gavin Carlin through with Arron Monk.
Well, Arron must be hungry because he just tried to eat his fist. Don't think there's a great deal of meat in that bone, Arron.
140.
Yeah, it's one of the most complicated ends to a group that I can remember over the last 18 months.
97.
Full credit
Martyn
to our
133.
backstage crew, including Mark Walker, for explaining all of those so eloquently and so swiftly, of course. Commiserations to Martyn and to Tony Wood, who haven't made it. And
81.
commiserations to Nathan
Arron
as well. He's had a long week, but he's not
87.
going to be playing here on Saturday.
Nope. And you can look back at just a few results over the
40.
course of yesterday where
Martyn, you
the odd
require
match where he's
52.
lost out 4-3 have proven costly.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg. Martyn Turner.
First leg is a break-off throw as well. Consequently, that last match between Carlin and
Second
Wood,
leg, it's Martyn to throw first.
only the fourth
Game
time
on.
today that somebody has won with the darts out of 13 games.
And that certainly bucks the trend.
125.
Now, one thing I'd just like to get out of the way when it comes to Arron, and I mentioned this somewhat flittingly yesterday as he gets his first max of the match. You think about all the experience, the opportunities that Arron's had
87.
playing with us in Southampton, playing here in Portsmouth, which of course is not that far from where he lives. He's from Andover, which is about 35 minutes away from here.
Yep, around about that.
100.
Think about all of the weekly titles that Conan Whitehead has won, and all of those titles that Robert Owens won, and all of the promise that
100.
Arron's had in his career over the last 10 years. But he's never won a weekly title with us, which
140.
is quite incredible when you think about it. And he has to be one of, if not the most talented player not to have picked up a weekly title yet.
133. Arron, you require 81.
Is he changing his mind? Double 13.
68. Martyn, you require 56.
Do I need to tell you what he thought of that? Oh, but he's been skirting with that double 15 on the double 10 shots today. And finally he is bitten by the under-delivered dart. Double 4.
11. Martyn, you require 56.
If I had any advice for Arron Monk right now, it's chill out. You've won the group. Just play.
Yep.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Go
second
with the
leg.
flow.
Martyn Turner.
Enjoy your moment.
Or as Martyn would say, go with flow.
Third leg, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
He'd probably stick a lad on the end of that. And Arron would say, who's flow?
180.
When he comes on Saturday night back to
97.
the Modus Live Lounge, do you think he's going to bring Colin?
I would have thought so. I thought he'd be bringing a few down.
140.
We fancy the look of the 9-darter there. That would have been a nice highlight for a Friday afternoon.
Absolutely.
Just save that for
84.
Saturday night, Arron. When you can do it in front of people, that would be much better. We haven't had a 9-darter in front of the fans yet.
No, we haven't.
59.
Kieran Tian, of course, was done in the midweek, wasn't it?
40. Arron, you require 122.
I feel like I've said this before this week. 4 18s and bull, but he's gone the 25 route, which in that spot is perfectly
46.
appropriate. What he's trying to do is get the 25 to trim off the plus 100 score, leave 97, which is a 2-darter.
140.
Then he has a shot at
Arron,
the
you
outer ring as
require
opposed to the
76.
bullseye.
And he takes out the equation, of course, of going for the bullseye with his final dart, which he's not going to do.
That's another miss at
72.
double 4. And now he's
Martyn, you
missed
require 140.
a grand total of 6 darts at double in this match. He's not going to be 3-0 down,
60.
surely.
Arron, you require 4.
Just glide that one over the top. This is a beautiful guide.
Yeah, that's
See?
game short in the third leg.
Just because
Arron
it's
Monk.
blocking the segment, if you can open up that bed a little bit with those barrels, you can skid it in off the top, and he did it perfectly.
Forward
They're
like it's
shaped
Martyn to throw
perfectly to do
first.
that, aren't they?
Game on.
Understand how your darts behave. I've said that a lot over the last few years.
60.
If you're using something new, it's not just about getting scores and taking legs. Just understand when they collide, what they do.
100.
I actually played Arron in the Grand Slam once.
100.
Back in 2010, I think it was. I was wearing absolutely atrocious hot pink shirt with a pink tie.
95.
What was I thinking?
Was it black, the tie?
It was grey and pink.
Oh, right.
I don't know what was going on in my mind. It was probably something to do with the fact that I had a bad haircut that week. And I went there
60.
blonde.
Yeah. I remember the hair.
I got my haircut in Derby, and I asked them to give me some highlights because Joe Wright wasn't available to do it for me. And they got it wrong.
96.
And I played Arron in the first game, and I left myself at 82 in the last leg. And he once told me about 6 months later, he said, when you had that 82, I wanted you to hit anything but the bullseye because I knew how good you were at double 16. And I hit the bullseye, and he thought, oh, there it goes. There goes the game. And I did hit the double 16, but I had some good battles with Arron over the years.
95.
Never dull when you play against him.
No, that's for sure. Well, you never quite know what you're going to get.
65. Arron, you require 115.
Yeah, he's not like a box of chocolates. Is he going to go for treble 18 here? Don't be thinking tops bull. Yeah, good play. Oh, that was so close.
97.
That was a brilliant camera angle to see where the dart was going
Martyn, you require
in midair, but it
116.
just dipped it to the left and low at the end.
I thought it was going in.
96. Arron, you require 18.
I don't think this double suits the way his darts sit in the board, so... Well, doesn't matter anymore because he's going for double 4. It's been his nemesis.
Yeah, that's
But
game
he's
shot
finding
in the
his range. He's
forward
had plenty of practice
line.
at it.
Arron
Yeah, 2-0 down. 2-2. Similar
Monk. Fifth flag,
averages.
it's Arron the throw first.
All the
Game on.
twos for Arron. As you can see,
180.
cancel that. It was pretty well it lasted.
Oh, he had to go and spoil it, didn't he? Couldn't just get a 59.
No.
85.
Sounded like an 80s pop song, didn't it? Toot, toot, toot. Come on and do the conga. I think we're all going a little bit delirious with all of the
59.
numbers going through our heads. It's like the Matrix in here.
$140.
Turner's turning up the heat here. Keeping
Yep.
pace with Monk here in leg 5. This is a good match all of a sudden. Averages are very similar. High 80s.
39.
And again,
140.
been a vastly improved version of Martyn Turner this time around, hasn't it?
I think he definitely deserves a return because I think because of some of the results he's had in the WDF circuit over the last 9-10 months, he's definitely put himself in the shop window
100.
for success. But
Martyn, you require
it's
136.
never good when you have to take your foot off the gas a little bit for personal reasons. He just needs to play more, be exposed to more
58.
games like
Arron, you
this.
require
And you'll definitely see
123.
what Martyn Turner can do. Bullseye.
80. Martyn, you require 78.
For a break, a 3-2 lead.
He's looking at tops.
Yeah, that's
That
game
is
short in the
pinpoint.
fifth flag.
He
Martyn
wants to
Turner.
leave with a win. And when he played Arron yesterday, what did he do?
Six
He
flag,
beat him by
it's
4
Martyn
legs
the
to
throw
1.
first.
He's looking to
Game
do
on.
the double over the person winning this group.
And Arron's won the group in a bit of a canter, it has to be said.
Yeah, famous
96.
words from Jerry Cinnamon, that great Scottish singer.
And if you're defeating the winner of the group, twice in that same group. That tells you that you're not a million miles away.
And playing him as well at different times of the day. So you've had an early game and a late game. So it doesn't really matter about the timing. You obviously
46.
are comfortable playing against someone of Arron's pace.
Yeah.
But we know how Arron plays. He doesn't want to lose, whether it's for a place in Saturday night, whether he's comfortable or whether it's for a packet of crisps.
Yeah.
99.
He wants to win this match. Just again, as I've already said, it's all about going into tomorrow night with some real confidence.
82.
How do you rate his chances for Saturday night?
I think if he brings his A game, he's got every chance. But I think if he's a bit erratic,
140. Arron, you require
find it tough going.
105.
Colin Osborne's just rock solid. We know that Conan's got gears and levels.
Well, Turner's going to get a shout
Martyn, you
at
require
the double.
120.
The equivalent to 3 double tops. And he doesn't get a shot at one of them.
60.
Arron does, to
Arron,
take us
you
the
require
distance.
40. Yeah, that's game short in the
Tens are
sixth
found.
leg. Arron Monk.
And it's Arron who's got the darts in leg 7. This will be the last leg of Martin's week.
7th and final leg. It's Arron the throw first. Game on.
Look at this for a start.
He's
He's loved those maximums in this game. He's having a bit of a Danny Smith game.
He's equaled that, hasn't he? 5.
Yeah, he'll be hoping that it
26.
doesn't go the same way as Danny Smith, because he ended up losing that game that he got 5 maxes against Conan Whitehead.
And if you wonder why he's at 5/180s and the average is just shy of 93, it's because of that.
46.
11 missed darts at the double, nearly the equivalent to a whole leg.
How would you classify that one as a bit smelly?
121.
It's smelly, that.
Well, it's not as bad as Pilgrim versus Danny Smith last night with that 36 darter.
No. That did us have us in stitches.
58.
Sorry, Danny. Sorry, Darryl. But I'm only here for another couple of days.
And ironically, the eventual double hit was the hardest one he
134.
had to hit, and he found it. He moved almost far enough left to be in Southampton and popped it in.
I'm not going to forget about something that happened earlier as well for Arron, because when he was playing Kevin Painter and Kev was on 13, Kev hit double 5 with his first dart, and Arron couldn't contain his laughter at the possibility of double 5, 1, double 1.
117.
No, that's real dog and duck stuff on a Tuesday night, isn't it?
Double top for the win.
97.
Now Turner gets another crack at a 120.
Yeah, he had to go in the last leg to win it. Take 2. This time he finds the treble and the single.
100.
Both miss a match dart.
Arron, you require 20.
Got this to save the match. Gets
Game,
it to win the
shot,
match and
and
finishes off the
Arron
group on
Monk.
16 points. He did lose to Turner yesterday, but he doesn't today. It's a well done to Martin, an improved effort when he comes back to the Super Series, and we hope to see you again soon, but we will see Arron Monk in about 26, 27 hours' time, because he will be back for the Saturday night finals alongside Group A winner Colin Osborne. But we are about to find out who will join Arron through Group C. Will it be Kevin Painter, who plays against Nathan Girvin, or will it be, miraculously, somehow, Gavin Carlin? Find out after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Arron Monk has just come through in a last leg decider to end his campaign with 8 wins from a possible 10. A superb result for him in that one to deny Martyn Turner going out on a high. Turner has certainly given a good account of himself this week. As we mentioned yesterday, he suffered a dip in form and confidence levels over recent months due to personal reasons away from darts, but plenty of positives for him to take from this week. But it's Monk who takes the points in our penultimate match of the session, but plenty of work for him to do on the outer ring going into finals night. Just 4 out of 17 on the doubles for him in that match. We can take a look then at the league table with one more match to bring you, and that is of course Nathan Girvin against Gavin Painter. Our last match, everything comes down to this for Gavin Carlin and Gavin Painter. Kevin needs to win 4-2 to go through on legs 1 over Gav Carlin. Nathan can't qualify because even a 4-0 win for him would send Gav Carlin through on legs difference. It would come down to the head-to-head legs 1 in that one. For Gavin to qualify, he needs a Nathan win or Gavin Painter to win 4-3. Any other result for Painter and he goes through to tomorrow night's final. Got that one? Me neither, I'm not overly certain myself. But here we go then. We are going into our final match of Group C. Nathan Girvin, a superb 1-4-1 earlier on in the day. That seems like an awful long time ago now, doesn't it? As for Kev Painter, he's produced some really good stuff himself over the course of the day. And of course, he knows exactly what he needs to do in order to progress to tomorrow night's finals night. In this one yesterday there we could see the end of that match there. Let's find out then, can Gavin Painter go through or will it be Gav Carlin who completes a superb turnaround, having been bottom of the table coming into today's action? Lads, back over to you to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, it's quite simple. KP has to win 4-2. Any other result and it's Gavin Carlin who's produced a mighty comeback today, as he did on Wednesday.
I've learned in my experience, Mace, that when it comes to games like this, very much like you would approach it as a player, you just take it one leg at a time and see what's possible.
Yeah.
But we know that Kevin needs to win 4-2 to go through on legs 1 over Gavin. Gavin needs a Nathan win by any result, or a 4-3 win by Kevin.
80.
So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. At least we know what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin's 4-0, 4-1 or 4-2. Anything else?
135.
That's Grand Slam time, isn't it? Because this is what they're told before they go to the stage. If they want to know, they approach the tournament director and say, what do I need to do to qualify?
94.
If he does what he did to Nathan yesterday,
96.
he's going to be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that would be fresh in his mind, won't it?
100.
Darts is about repetition. It's about doing brilliant things again. It's not simple.
28.
I don't think that Nathan Girvin is going to submit, because he would love to get one back on Painter after being drilled by him yesterday.
Well, he's got to think about his own.
100.
You know, it was very much like Arron in the last one. He dug real deep to get the win there, because he knows how important it is to go in tomorrow with that winning mentality.
44.
And
Nathan, you
just
require
over a week's
127.
time, Nathan will be competing against Josh Rock in the final of the World Youths, and I'm not quite
95.
sure if that's been on his mind playing this week.
$58. Nathan, you require 32.
Almost played like he's been preoccupied, which is no surprise. He is still very much a baby in darting terms.
Well, Nathan Girvin has got the darts in this game. He's taken full
Sounds
advantage
for
of
nothing today.
No, it doesn't.
And
maybe that's looking at it from a Kevin Painter point of view, who must respond.
97.
Because if he doesn't in leg 2, he's going to have to win 4 straight legs.
100.
Just look pretty focused.
85.
Yeah, they both are. And, you know, when we talk about the integrity of our sport, the one thing I do love about this Super Series, even when the games are
128.
barely irrelevant for one person, they still, I mean, how many times have you seen someone who can't go through but defeat someone who can in a deciding game?
97.
And that's just proof of the integrity.
Well, I can tell you about my final game in week 12 of Super Series 1. I knew I couldn't qualify. I was playing against Andy Jenkins.
100.
Boy, did I want to beat him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He'd beaten me the previous day. And I thought, hold on a minute. I don't want to leave here losing twice to Andy.
No.
105.
That's how Nathan's feeling right now. He's got a score to settle.
43. Gavin, you require 117.
This is to get his game started and to stop Nathan from getting to 2 legs.
77.
Good try.
Nathan, you require
this
130.
Is possible. Oh no.
You do not chase the trouble
80.
in that situation.
Gavin, you require 40. Yeah, that's game
Painter's very
short of the
much
second
alive.
leg. Gavin Painter.
He has lost a life, you could say.
Yeah.
He's got a few left, but he can still lose
Third
one
leg is
more
Nathan
leg
to
in this
throw
contest
first.
and get
Game
through.
on.
It's like playing one of the most bizarre arcade games here. Life is gone.
100.
Yeah, I never really got that about arcade games. You get killed and all of a sudden you can do it again.
60.
Yeah, I was never a gamer. Whatever they call it.
Is Nathan a gamer?
Not really, actually. He's not.
He's a gamer in the respect of the dartboard, I guess.
Yeah, he
91.
unfortunately, when he's at Charlotte's, gets roped in to some PlayStation action with Ruben.
43.
Football game or something they play.
I think the biggest gamer on tour is Jeffrey Desvaughn. I think he's got his own Twitch account.
Oh, and MVG loves it, doesn't he?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a big gamer.
43.
Who's the biggest nerd on tour? I mean that in an affectionate sense, of course, because nerds are cool. Kirk Bevins doesn't count.
Beyond that, isn't he? He's
Barneveld, isn't it? Because he's got all those Marvel figures in his collection.
100.
nerdy, isn't it, for a grown man?
$100.
I don't know if Kevin collects anything. Has he got any
Money.
Ipswich Town memorabilia or anything like that? I know that James Hubbard,
77. Nathan,
who's
you
a Norwich
require
City fan, sorry, Kev.
167.
he collects Sabutio teams.
Wow.
Ooh, lovely darts to leave
135.
32. Kevin will hate that.
Yeah, another dart player that would be absolutely no good at poker.
57. Nathan, you require 32.
Kev will probably blame me for that 135 because I mentioned Norwich City. 88.
Yeah, that's game short in the
that's it.
third leg.
Kevin
Nathan
Painter
Girvin.
now needs 3 straight legs.
Yep, the point of no return.
Forward leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
He's got to go full
Game
on Mick Mills and John Walk now. All out attack.
60.
The only reason I know those names is because I was listening to a radio show yesterday about Gordon Strachan and he was talking about those players from Ipswich back in the 80s.
100.
They were a different gravy back then, weren't they?
Well, they were made of granite, those players. Kick them, they wouldn't move. There you go. Back of the net.
80.
Shearer-esque.
Oh, and there's Sutton.
180.
Oh, and Kevin will despise that.
You're thinking, why are you trying so hard?
100.
Go away, wee laddie. Sometimes you've just got to sit back and watch a
81.
game
Gavin, you
and
require
marvel at the pressure these
161.
players are under, or more specifically, the pressure that Painter is under.
Could go ball.
105.
Yeah, I like that play.
Nathan, you require 140.
Takes the ball out of the equation. With Nathan not getting the first trouble. Just got to go really high with this one.
120.
I like that dot a
Gavin, you
lot.
require 56.
This is to stay in the fight.
Yeah, that's
He's
game
still
short
there.
in the fourth leg.
One
Gavin
down.
Painter.
2 to go.
Under extreme pressure there as well. He knows, and acknowledged by
Fifth leg,
Nathan
it's
Girvin
Nathan to
that
throw first. Game on.
potentially it was all over for him if he missed tops.
Do you know what? I like that from Nathan. That's a real acknowledgement of
45.
a very good 2-dot checkout under immense pressure.
He's a little bit too nice. I'll be drumming that out of him.
100.
I'll say that about Michael Smith, you know. I think he's too nice.
128.
But he's just got a nice nature about him, hasn't he? So is Nathan. He's a far too pleasant to be a dart player.
58.
What is it about dart players at the minute getting racing animals? Girvin Price has got greyhounds, and Michael Smith's got a racehorse.
Yeah, I seen that on Facebook.
100.
He's got a racehorse. That's when you know you're making some dollar. You got a racehorse.
Great switch from Kevin.
96.
But he's still behind by half a dot.
I don't know about a racehorse, but I played like a donkey a few times, if that counts.
96.
Well, you know that Kevin has got to get on a finish here. Attack that dart. Attack it again. That is an extraordinary maximum.
180.
But this is to knock Painter out. He hit the 132 in the previous game. He hasn't got it this time. But if,
48.
tell you what, if Painter takes this 67
67
for a 247 in 5 or 6, he's still got it. Another 2-dot conversion needed with 2 in hand. Tops.
27.
Well, Nathan,
Nathan,
you
you
get a dart at the ball
84.
It is a dart at the ball.
37.
The line was so good, and I heard
Gavin,
the
you
groans
require
from the
40.
practice room there on behalf of Gavin Carlin.
That's
It's
game
going
short in the
down
fifth
to
leg.
one
Gavin
leg
Painter.
in Group C. If Girvin wins it, it's going to be Carlin through. If Painter
Sixth
wins
leg,
it,
it's
he
Gavin
will
to throw
miraculously
first.
keep
Game
hold
on.
of his top 2 position.
$91. $140.
Shake of the head from Gavin as if to say, stop.
60.
It's the old Mervyn King go away.
What are you doing?
Let me tell you what you really want to do, Kev.
100.
You know I love this number. 180, 170, job done.
Perfect 6.
That's what it should be called, right? The perfect 6.
59.
Got a lovely ring to it.
That's what I call it. Is the ultimate perfect 6. 180, 170.
100.
Nathan Girvin with a Jockey Wilson-esque snatch there to leave himself 161. And Painter again needs something sizable. Oh, wrong treble.
89. Nathan, you
He needs
require
errors.
161.
He's been all around it in the whole leg.
Trouble for Painter. The errors don't come.
129.
And what Kevin can only do from this position is he starts to shake his head.
Well, it's just too many troubleless visits in the leg.
85.
Not over yet,
Nathan, you
but
require
it might
32.
be now.
Yeah, that's
Kevin's quest to make Saturday night is over, but the game still has one leg left We've just heard in the background that Gavin Carlin has
7-10 final arc.
miraculously
It's Nathan to throw
got his way
first.
to Saturday.
Game on.
How has he done it?
From bottom to second.
The last time I saw something that miraculous was Moreno Blom
75.
in Super Series 1. He was bottom of Group A after Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. He had a terrible Thursday
59.
and then he found his way into Saturday night. And you can sense that the adrenaline has just dissolved in Kevin Painter.
Proper adrenaline dump.
85. 60.
Now Nathan just wants to get the victory. And if he does, he will make his way to
60.
10 points. And a leg difference of +1, which would indeed
81.
keep him above Painter in the table.
$100.
That third dart is starting to get a bit shaky for Nathan. Kevin's probably thinking, why didn't you start to do that a little bit earlier?
Yeah, why didn't this come in the last leg?
123.
So Nathan, 6 starts at the 181 to finish the day with a win.
100. 98. Nathan, you require 81.
57. Well, that's not bad. That leaves 60. The tops to wrap things up.
61. Gavin, you require 80.
Tops.
Game,
And
shot, and
probably
a match.
much to the
Gavin
frustration
Painter.
of Kevin Painter. He finds the tops. And, well, it's not Nathan's fault, of course. It was in Kevin's hands, an average of 85.72, getting the win 4-3. Nathan, 90.27, 3 180s in the match. 2 of them going to Kevin Painter, and the finishing very, very good from Kevin. 4 out of 6, but it is Arron Monk who joins Colin Osborne and Gavin Carlin in tomorrow night's final. Gavin Carlin starting the day on 2 points before winning 4 out of 4. And don't forget, we're back this evening. But let's go on the balcony with Paul and Abby.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mace. Nico, you could just hear there in the background Nathan Girvan asking who'd gone through. Do you think there's any chance that he thought he was still in with a shout going into that one?
I don't know, actually. I walked through the practice room on my way up here, and Gavin Carlin was very aware that he'd got through, because when that third leg was taken by Nathan, there was a really big shout, and you just knew that the likes of Arron and Martyn Turner, who were still in the practice room, they knew exactly what was going on.
And a word on Gav Carlin then, of course, the final day of action in Group A, he won 4 of his 5 matches. But what he has done today is absolutely miraculous. To come into today's action, rock bottom, there you can see it, on 2 points. To qualify from that position, I will put my hands up. I gave him no chance at all from that position. He was performing okay, but just in spells. He wasn't performing consistently. Did you think from that position he could do what he's done today?
I knew he still had a chance, but when you look at what's been going on this week, you just thought he's given himself too much to do. But this is the almighty dip at the line, and to win it by the matter of a leg, or the matter of, leg difference at this late stage, just goes to show how exciting this format can be. Gavin Carlin now is a force to be reckoned with, because he seems to be peaking at the right time. His double top shooting today has been absolutely extraordinary.
And the final match for him against Tony Wood, that match for me, 4 out of 4 on the doubles. When your back is up against the wall, you know you are out if you don't win that match. There we can see confirmation of the table then from where he was yesterday to where he is today. Leg difference. You just look at that column and you just think Kevin Painter must be as sick as a dog right now.
He is, because he walked away from this hockey just doing this, thinking how. I mean, it was a great fight that Kevin put up. He really was, back of the wall, you know, kind of stuff, but putting in that maximum to leave whatever shot it was, I can't even remember now because my mind is spinning, but I just get the feeling that great players do great things at certain times, and maybe the experience of winning in this place has helped Gavin Carlin just have the experience to shoot forward and get one more leg than Kevin Painter. That 4-0 victory against Tony Wood, which eliminated him, is exactly why he is still here.
Most definitely. So we do have then 3 players through 2 finals night. Group B concludes this evening. It is, of course, Conan Whitehead who leads the way. We can take a little look at the table. Of course, 3 players will qualify from this group. Conan Whitehead looks pretty much a certainty, given his performances, given that commanding lead at the top of the table. Dan Reed, it looks like if he can replicate that performance level, he will certainly be joining him. Who joins those two, Nico?
Well, based on what we've seen in Group C, Danny Smith's definitely going to get through. But I like what Dan Reed did yesterday and going into the early hours. Conan's definitely going to get there. I'm never going to bet against him ever again. But I think Pilgrim is just so experienced at making Saturday nights. He's looking for his 6th Saturday night this year. So, yeah, I think Yellow Klassen has got to improve. If he doesn't improve, I think he's going to be out. He knows it as well. So that urgency will probably stand him in good stead. I think the fact that there's no clear favourite from the chasing pack to join Conan, I think will make for a very interesting evening.
Yeah, very interesting evening ahead, most definitely. We are back from 10 p.m. We've got 3 finals night spots already filled, 3 more to be confirmed this evening. We look forward to seeing you from 10 p.m. this evening.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.